Alright, hello everyone, I am back, and this is way past my bedtime, but super duper happy to run Xenoblade Chronicles. This is one of my favorite games, and it's going to be, hope it's going to be a really fun time. The character that I'm going to run is called Normal DLC, so we use the DLC in this run. And that's actually going to give us quite a bit of benefit and speed up the run quite a bit compared to no DLC. By about 30 minutes, actually. And yeah, we're going to do the entire game. And it will be about 4 hours long. Just a bit over 4 hours. So the timing starts when I click, when I confirm OK here. So again, I'll give a countdown. 3, 2, 1, go. We'll start on go. All right, 3, 2, 1, go. All right, we're gonna immediately be thrown into a battle. So I'm gonna explain this real quick. With our auto attacks, we can charge up our arts, which is at the right there. And you can see the arts are slightly stronger than our auto attacks. And I'm using this technique called auto attack canceling. Basically, by moving immediately after I hit my first auto attack, I can reset the slow recovery animation. So I'm able to charge up my arts a lot quicker. And this is not possible for all weapon types, but with the Aegis sword here, not the Aegis sword, with Rex's sword here, it actually allows him to charge up his specials a lot quicker. And now we're gonna actually start the run proper. We're gonna immediately land in Argentum. Argentum is a trading guild, and Rex is a salvager. He hauls up stuff from the Cloud Sea, which is the ocean, but it's actually made up of clouds. And he sells it for money, and this world we are put in is known as Allrest. And right now, Rex has gotten a request. He has gotten a commission, which pays a lot. So he's gonna accept that commission, and then now he's gonna do some preparation for that. So chapter 1 here is just gonna be an introduction to some of the systems and mechanics in this game, and we're gonna do tutorials and stuff like that. And nice thing, you can see that I'm actually skipping all the cutscenes. If we can't skip cutscenes, the speedrun will probably be like, I don't know, like 40 hours long or something. And another nice thing is the fast travel system. This game is called the skip travel system. And that allows us to visit any landmarks we've visited before, warp back to any landmarks we've visited before. So we purchased this Abyss Vest here as part of the tutorial. Fun fact, there's only one Abyss Vest in the entire game. And it's actually pretty useful. It increases the bulk of our characters. Increases your maximum HP by 24%. So now Rex got quite a bit of forward payment. He advanced payment. I believe it's like 100,000 gold. And so, being a very good boy, he's gonna send 90,000 gold back home. And so we're gonna talk to this dude here. And if Rex wasn't such a good boy, we could probably have made use of that money, but you know, it is what it is. Gotta admire Rex. He is very young, by the way. I believe he's like 13 or something. And he's already very independent. Working by himself, making a living. All by himself. It's nice. Okay, so here's the minigame, salvaging. Basically, you can do these button prompts, and then you can dive and get some treasure. But it's not really useful for the speedrun. We only do it once in a speedrun to get a specific skill, but as you can imagine, it's just time loss, so I'm just gonna mash through all the button prompts because I don't need to, I don't actually need to do the salvaging minigame. And if you see monsters, you gotta try to avoid them because they can aggro you and then you can't talk to NPCs and everything. Alright, so now that we've learned about salvaging, we're going to go and rest at the inn. But before we rest at the inn, we're actually going to purchase a pouch item. And pouch items are things you can give to your characters, and it gives them passive effects. Like some can increase your defense, some can increase your damage. And we're going to take advantage of a lot of pouch items in this, not a lot of, but some of the very good ones in this speedrun. And now we're gonna take a rest at the inn.
Yeah, I'm feeling stronger than before.
And this game has two experience systems. There's a bonus experience system where visiting landmarks and stuff like that, and quests, I believe, actually goes into your bonus XP, and you can only access that bonus XP once you go to an inn and stay there. Whereas XP you get from monsters will go into your regular XP bar. So I'm gonna purchase 2 items here that's gonna increase our damage for later, and then I'm gonna accept the DLC. And once I accept the DLC, I'm gonna get a lot of money here. I'm gonna immediately use that to purchase 10 Narceper jellies. That's enough for the rest of the run. So Narceper jelly is a very good pouch item. It's probably one of the best pouch items, and you can get it very early on. What it does is it increases your arts recharge. So even when I'm not doing anything, Rex is going to charge up his arts passively, and this is actually going to speed up the combat drastically. A lot of people probably didn't use pouch items like Narceper jelly when they first run this game, and then they feel that the combat system might be a bit slow, myself included actually. But once I learned about pouch items like Narceper jelly and arts recharge pouch items specifically, combat became a lot smoother. And so now we're on the ship. We just want to talk to our clients. They are the ones who hired us to do this job. Basically, what we need to do is we need to, with our team of salvagers, we're going to haul up an ancient ship from the bottom of the Cloud Sea, because there's something very valuable in there that the clients want. So now we're gonna go onto the ancient vessel, and immediately I'm gonna swap Nia out for Jin. This is because Jin does a lot more damage. I'm gonna equip both the accessories which I picked up, and I'm going to give Rex an Narceper jelly, so he's gonna be able to get his arts a lot quicker. Alright, so the first fight we have is against this lethal Lysat King. Just gonna do an anchor shot on him. I'm gonna run to the back here, and I'll do a sword bash. It actually does more damage if you hit it from the back. And I run to the side while my teammates kill off the Lysat. Because right after this fight, I'm gonna spawn right here. And we're not actually going to go through the ancient vessel. We're actually going to do a clip right through it. So I'm going to walk into this specific spot right here. And if I do it well, I can clip into this wall. Not cooperating here. Come on, Rex. You can do it. Yeah, sometimes it's a bit finicky. As you can see, I'm just bouncing right off. We should be able to clip in soon, hopefully. Oh, there we go. You see, sometimes it just... Oh no, I got pushed in. It's so rare. Okay, okay, we'll try that again, okay? Yeah, sometimes this clip can be a bit finicky. I'm gonna get it first try, I promise. Alright, there we go. You wanna kind of like go here, drop down here, and then you wanna land on this beam here, land on this platform, jump down to this pipe, and then you wanna hug the pipe here and go left and drop down into this room, and that skips pretty much the entire ancient vessel and brings you to this here. Yep.
Do you think I can chime in for a bit?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so, yeah, I'm really tired at the moment. So, whoever's staying here at the moment, because we got a raid from one of my good friends, Dices. So, we've been doing this for about 19 hours now, is it? Yeah, we've been doing it since 6 AM, and we are actually doing this in part with Comic-Con, Singapore Comic-Con. They have like their own stream on their website. If you want to go to their website, type in !SGCC. But yeah, we have been doing this for 19 hours, and this is the last run. I think I'm very tired. You're kind of tired, I guess.
Yeah, I'll be tired.
Yeah, I'm gonna hope that you guys would enjoy what we do, because all the runs today were extraordinary. Like, honestly, we had like really good Minecraft bingo runs. We had really good Hollow Knight runs. It was amazing. This whole community of Singaporean speedrunners coming together, and I couldn't really, like, how you say, thank enough, honestly. And you, Mr. Quads, getting into ESA with this game.
Yeah, I'm gonna be running this game at ESA. I'm so excited. This is like one of my favorite games.
Yes. Yeah. I want to thank you guys one more time. Because yeah, everything wouldn't have done without you guys as well. So, yeah, back to the run.
Alright, here we got our first boss fight, actually. And now you see we're actually joined by Pyra here. Pyra is a blade. That means she can actually grant Rex a lot of special powers. And you can notice that we're now able to use blade specials. And so auto attacks charge up your arts, and arts charge up your special gauge. And you're able to use different tiers of special to produce blade combos. And every level of blade combo does more and more damage. I'll explain that a bit later, but basically right now, we want to do a tier 1 with Pyra, and then we charge up our tier 4, and this allows us to do a stage 2 blade combo, and which produces quite a bit of damage. And then we want to take out Mallows with the arts there, just to finish up. So yeah, there's quite a bit of things to explain there. Basically, if you want to progress in a blade combo, you have to use specials of that level or higher. So you can use a tier 1, then a tier 2 special, then a tier 3 special. That will give you a tier 3 blade combo. But you can't use a tier 1 and then another tier 1. And then level 4 specials, you can charge them once you get max affinity, which is when the blue line in between your driver and your blade turns gold. And then you can start charging up your tier 4, which tends to be a lot stronger than your tier 3 specials. So might not be able to understand everything immediately, but once you watch more of the combat, you can sort of understand what blade combos are and how they work. And right now I'm going to start collecting puzzle tree wood. I'm going to need 10 of these for part of the story by a certain point. And I collected 3. That's really, really nice. Alright, I'm going to do a menu here real quick. So as part of the DLC, we also got these love sources. These are really nice because they give your blades a lot of trust, and trust allows you to unlock more levels, more tiers on their affinity chart, which is right here.
My usefulness.
And that allows you to not only learn, unlock more levels of skills, but also every tier of the trust that you unlock, you also increase the damage of your blade. So we give 2 luck sources to Pyro right here to increase your damage by about 20%. You can give one which increases by about 15%. The second one just gives an extra like 5%, but I like the extra damage for some of the fights. And coming up, we actually have a fight that's quite infamous. It's against the Worm Eater Brog. He is pretty infamous because he has a lot of evasion for this part of the game, so you're gonna see me miss quite a bit. But the strat is to use a... we're gonna be joined by Nia, and the strat is to use a tier 2 with Pyra, but they'll produce a level 1 blade combo. And then we use a tier 2 with Nia to finish the blade to do a tier 2 Steam Bomb.
Give the word and I will unleash my fire.
So again, I'm gonna do some auto attack cancels. Sword bash, nice, I didn't miss. I wanna get Brock down to about 60% HP. I missed both my hits of a double spinning edge, which was kind. Oh, I missed my sword bash as well. This is very annoying, so I'm just gonna. Oh, okay. Nia got a break, so that's gonna give me a lot of extra damage, and so I don't have to whittle Brock down anymore. Oh no! Didn't kill. Okay, thank you. Thankfully, Rex killed Brock. That was very unlucky because I missed like all of my important attacks. But yeah, basically, let me explain the story and how we ended up here. So after fighting Mallows, turns out that Mallows and Jin, the bad guys who wanted to hire us, they wanted to hire us to get Pyra. Pyra is the thing that they wanted to get from the ancient vessel. And Pyra is not just any blade, she is the legendary Aegis, which means she is a very powerful blade. And Mallows and Jin want that power for themselves. And there's a special door in the ship that only Rex can unlock. People like Rex of a certain bloodline can unlock. So that's why they wanted Rex to do the job. But Rex discovers Pyra, and then Jin sees that and then actually kills Rex. And then Rex meets Pyra in sort of like a dream state. And then Pyra agrees to give Rex half of her life and revive Rex. But in exchange, Rex has to take her to her home, which is called Elysium. And Elysium is at the top of the World Tree, which is a giant tree at the middle of All Rest. And Rex is like, hey, I wanted to go to Elysium anyway because you know this world is dying. Nations are fighting against each other because they don't have enough resources. So I want to go to Elysium because I believe that if I can get to Elysium, that's gonna give everyone on this world more space to live. It's gonna solve our resource shortages. You know, Rex is a very good boy, and he's thinking about all of these things, even though he's like only like 12 or 13 years old. But yeah, so Rex agrees to take Pyra to Elysium, and then after Pyra revives him, they fight Mallows, and then they end up in Gormott. Azurdo is Rex's like surrogate, not surrogate, like adoptive grandfather. Flies the whole bunch of them away from the ship, and then we end up in Gormott, which is the continent right here. So once we get to Gormott, we meet Nia, and she agrees to join the party for now, and we have to get to a town, so the closest town we can get to is Torigov. So that's where we're gonna go right now. But before that, we're actually going to tag a lot of places, because we're going to have to come back to a lot of these places later. So we're going to tag them now so we can save time on traveling later. As you can probably tell, moving around this huge and expansive map is really slow, so you want to make use of the skip travel system whenever you can. So I'm gonna tag Boulder Bar Gate here. It's a mouthful to say, I know. Boulder Bar Gate, and I'm gonna drop down into this cave here to pick up a skill chip. The skill chip, core chips you can, skill chip is what's known as a core chip. Core chips you can kind of think of as weapons that you can give to your blades. And basically that increases their damage, their critical rate, and block rate. So we pick up the scale chip because it's going to increase Pyra's damage, which is going to be very useful for some of the upcoming fights. And believe me, you really do want to pick it up, otherwise you are going to suffer quite a bit. And yeah, after picking it up, we can warp back to Boulder Bar. And then now we can climb up to tag even more places. And I did mention that we have to pick up Puzzle Tree. I believe I've actually gotten 9 at this point, so I've gotten a lot of Puzzle Tree, way more than the average. I know sometimes runners can get very frustrated because Puzzle Tree is entirely RNG dependent. Each spot has about 35 to 40% to drop Puzzle Tree per drop, and it's between 2 to 4 drops for most of the spots. Alright, I believe we have enough Puzzle Tree. That is very good. I'm going to be able to skip a lot of the Puzzle Tree spots from now on. And here we're actually going to tag this place called Dawnview Grotto, because we have to come back later. And then I'm going to pick up vegetables here. I believe I got 7 or 8 vegetables. We're going to need 12 vegetables for later. Not for the story, but to craft some items, which will be very useful. And we're going to come back to Dawnview Grotto again later so we can pick it up again. But now that we're done tagging those places, we want to go over to this last place called Lasham Island. Because we're going to have to go back there for a quest very soon. And then afterwards we can head to Torigov. And you want to make sure you avoid this quest right here. You don't want to go too far to the left. I'm going to go over here. Circle around it. Otherwise, you will run into a cutscene, which is a quest in the overworld, and that's kind of slow, so you don't want to do that.
Look what I found.
So we tag Lasham Island, and then now we can go to Torigov. And you can say hi to our good friend Territorial Rope there. Some of you who played Xenoblade Chronicles 1 might remember him. Right, so now we get introduced to the tides mechanic. Basically, when you take a long rest at inns, you can make the tides go up and down, and this gives you access to different areas of the map. But it's completely useless for the speedrun except for one point later, which we needed to advance the story. So we're never going to make use of that mechanic except for that time. But now we're in Torigov. I'm gonna do the first big menu of this run. Before that, I'm gonna purchase this leather gloves here, which will increase our accuracy. And I'm gonna give the scale chip to Pyra. And I'm gonna swap Rex's arts. I'm gonna teach them skills. The art I gave to Rex was called Rolling Smash. It's a lot better than Double Spinning Edge. I'm gonna give the leather gloves and cream arm and leather gloves and auto balancer to Nia. The leather gloves is just gonna increase her accuracy, and the auto balancer is gonna prevent her from getting deflected when her attacks get blocked. And that's pretty important because I want her to land all of her attacks.
Let's go.
Okay, the first fight is against Patrick. If you think you can take him, you might be wrong. Oops. Yeah, these soldiers are kind of a meme because they have these. They have some very funny lines, and which they shout over and over again.
It's okay.
Thanks for that.
Oh, that was a bit unlucky. I missed my hits. But the strat here is to build up to a tier 2 with Pyra, and which is Prominence Revolt, and that has a very large AoE which would finish off all the soldiers as well as Patrick at the same time. And yeah, you can see Rolling Smash is a lot stronger than Double Spinning Edge.
Take you down.
Okay, so the next part he's joined by Bridget.
I missed.
And yeah, you can see getting blocked actually makes you get deflected.
What would you have me do?
Nice. Rolling Smash can also AoE, which is very nice because it allows you to get more damage onto Bridget. So we want to start off on Patrick first because we want to build up to our tier 4 anyway. At the same time, if I can get some nice AoE on Bridget, that would help out tremendously. Alright, nice. So I'm gonna... Now I want Nia to break here.
Do you need a rest?
So I'm gonna... Once I get my tier 3, I'm gonna start charging on my tier 4. And once Nia breaks, I will be able to finish Bridget here.
I can keep going.
So it would be nice if you can break Nia.
Sure.
Come on.
For sure.
Rush down.
Okay, there we go.
Let's go.
So yeah, basically, break is a status effect which certain arts can inflict on enemies, and this actually increases the damage done by your blade combos. And you can see my Steam Explosion does a lot of damage right here. If I didn't get the break, it would deal about like 4,000 damage. So yeah, you can see I did a tier 3 blade combo there. A level 3 blade combo. And that gives you a lot of damage. And it's basically, we're gonna be using stuff like this to kill a lot of the bosses and fights in this run. So Steam Explosion is when you use fire and then water and then fire again.
Forward to that later.
There's gonna be a lot of other blade combos that we use as well. So after the fight, Nia actually gets captured and then she gets taken prisoner. So now we have to go and find her, but to do that we have to get some information. So we have to talk to some quest NPCs. There's actually a lot of NPCs that you can talk to, but since we're speedrunners, we know specifically which NPCs you have to talk to. So right after talking to that one, you want to warp over to Torygorth Arch. And then here you have a cutscene where you learn about blades. Basically, drivers like Rex can resonate with core crystals to summon blades. So that's what we're gonna do here. We get one core crystal as part of the story, and this one's always a wind blade, and the name is random. So in this time, we got a name blade known as Fyra. So hello, Fyra. And here we learn about aux cores. Though it's just even more customization for. Just even more customization for your blades. It gives you different stats. Like in this case, we got critical up, which we have to forge or refine as part of the story. And we're actually going to use the critical up later into the run. So we actually don't use too many aux cores. In fact, we only craft this one and then 2 other aux cores. But that's exactly what we need the vegetables for. The aux cores that we're going to craft, known as Hunter's Chemistry, later is going to be very important because it's going to increase our base affinity when we start the battle, essentially allowing you to get gold affinity a lot quicker. And when you hit gold affinity, not only are you able to charge up your tier 4s, which is typically what you want to use to end the blade combo because it gives a lot more damage, but it also increases your stats, increases your special, your arts recharge, increases your movement speed. Basically, you want to get to gold affinity like as soon as possible in every fight, and you want to maintain that gold affinity. And having Hunter's Chemistry on your blades actually makes it so that you can hit gold affinity very, very quickly. But that's later into the run, so we can just forget about that for now. But later on, we will be crafting those ox cores. And now we're just gonna do more of the story. We actually run into a... when Nia got captured, we actually got help from a Nopon known as Tora. So Nopons are these furry...
So,
Oops. Are these furry creatures that look like animals. And Tora agrees to help us find Nia, but we have to help Tora create this artificial blade, which he is developing. Basically, Tora cannot resonate with blades, so some people like Rex can summon blades, whereas others like Tora cannot. So, but Tora really wants to be a driver, so he's developing an artificial blade, which even he can use. So we have to help him with that, and to get the parts, we have to go to this Lasham Island here to kill one Crabble, which is giving a lot of merchants problem, and then the person who gave us the quest will give us one of the parts. So it's not all these level 40 plus Crabbles around, it's actually this level 9 one here that's terrorizing the merchants.
Okay, bring it on. Yeah! Ha!
rush down.
Sword bash. Yeah!
So this fight is very simple. You're just gonna use 2 arts and then go into your tier 1.
Now.
Just gonna circle around him for some good RNG.
I like your attitude.
And now that we've killed it, we can go back to Torrigoth. And now we can actually build the artificial blade. So we're gonna get
We're here.
I believe the special range sensor, something range sensor from this guy here, Sedwin. And then we're gonna purchase the remaining parts, the biome connectors from Casa. So you can actually salvage for the biome connectors as well, but obviously that's really slow. And as part of the DLC, you get lots of money anyway. So we're gonna put that to very good use right here and just purchase the biome connectors. So now we got all our parts. Yay, we can go back to Tora's house and make the artificial blade. And this artificial blade is known as Poppy. And Poppy is pretty special because she's a machine, so she doesn't follow the same rules as most of the other blades. In fact, to create ox cores and customizations for Poppy, you have to play you have to play this game known as Tiger Tiger, which is what I did there. But since that's really slow and it's not really gonna give us anything too useful for the speed run, we're just gonna immediately die so we can progress with the rest of the run. And right after that, we're gonna warp back to Argentum.
Long journeys make Tora tired. What will we find?
And I'm gonna accept the DLC again. I'm going to give Tora a love source. And this allows me to unlock more ranks on Poppy's affinity chart. The annoying thing about this game is that you won't actually unlock skills until you check the affinity chart. So once I get the prerequisites to learn the skills, I have to go into the affinity chart to unlock them. But there are certain skills known as field skills that we have to get in order to, for example, get certain items and progress with the story later. So for example, this chest here, I need Nopon Wisdom and Focus, which Poppy and Pyra both have. And this is going to get me a coil chip, which is another strong core chip, which I'm going to give to one of the blades later. I'm going to want to stand on top here. I'm going to purchase these free Whisper Quarters from this Nopon here. And then we're just going to talk to Nopons. 1, 2, 3, you can all count along with me. 4, 5, 6, 7. You want to talk to a total of 20 Nopons. 8. 9. Don't mind Pyra. I don't know what she's doing. 10. 11. 12. 13. 14. 15. 16. And 17. Okay, that's the last one we need to talk for now. Talk to for now, because basically you need to talk to 20 Nopons to unlock a skill known as Nopon Wisdom. Nopon Wisdom level 2 on Poppy. And the game actually, you can't talk to the same Nopon again, but if you talk to a different Nopon, it actually resets the counter. So the fastest way is just to stand there and talk to both Nopons, and this one's the last one we talk to. So once we unlock Nopon Wisdom level 3, you can go back to Torigov, and now we can do another big menu, and I'm gonna immediately pull one of the blades that I got as part of the DLC. So this is Corbin. Everyone say hi to Corbin. Hello, Corbin. If you think he looks like Kirito from Sword Art Online, it's because they have the same artist. And we're gonna give love sources so we can unlock Corbin's affinity chart. I'm gonna give another love source to Tora and give him all these pouch items because he's really hungry, but it's also to unlock field skills on Poppy's chart. Yeah, I'm going to do this. Oops. I'm gonna craft some aux cores for Poppy and then do this quick menu right here. Unlock the skills. And unlock Corvin's chart. It's just to give Corvin more damage. And right after that, I'm gonna give him the coil chip. So this is Corvin. He's one of the two DLC blades which we use in this run, and for a very good reason. Corvin is a very strong blade. He has excellent tanking abilities and also a lot of damage. So getting access to Corvin early is going to speed up some of our fights and make them a lot safer as well, just because he has some extra tanking capabilities. And this is what we needed the Nopon Wisdom and the Super Strength and everything for. That's why we needed to give all those pouch items to Poppy. So I can break this barrel here, which is going to give us a wood chip, another very strong core chip. And we're going to give that to yet another blade later. So we have to go down to the Titan battleship. And oops, sorry. The game actually intends for you to go down a certain path, but you can actually do some parkouring by jumping down here. And then jumping down here. And then jumping down here. Ta-da! We did it. And oh, I lifted 1 HP. That's totally calculated. So basically, if you're at level 7, you don't need to wait. If you're at level 8, you have to wait a bit to heal up before you jump down the last one. And now we've successfully infiltrated the ship, and now it's time to rescue Nia. I'm gonna make sure I swap to Corbin here, because we're gonna enter the next fight with Corbin at the start, at the front of the part, as the leading blade, so we can get access to all his super nice skills and specials.
Wow, world has many amazing places in it. Poppy,
So it's gonna be a battle against 2 more Ardanian soldiers, and I didn't really mention it just now, but the combat system in this game, the combat in this game can get kind of chaotic, especially with all the different voice lines, because you can have like multiple enemies, and you can have like up to 3 drivers in your party and 3 blades, and all of them can say something when they do a certain skill or move or whatever. So you can imagine how chaotic it can get. But that's one of the charms of this game. I really love the combat system and all the voice lines. Voice acting in this game is just absolutely superb as well. So yeah, I really I really love it. Some people find it annoying, but I really just can't bring myself to dislike it. It's just oddly charming. Okay, so we're gonna run up here, and you notice that none of these enemies are aggroing us. That's actually because we disabled it as part of the it's a function that the DLC gives us. So this allows us to just to take very optimal paths without having to worry about aggroing monsters and enemies. So yeah, these guys are guarding Nia, so we want to take them out. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. Okay, use Corvin's tier 1 here, and I want to lure them both together so I can get them in AoE. Nice. Oh, okay, I should be able to kill them quickly. There we go. So sometimes you can use a second tier 1 with Corvin, but if you get some nice damage on him, nice AoE damage on them, you can actually just pick them off. And now we're gonna swap Nia into the first slot of the party, because Nia's gonna be our main driver from now on. We're gonna use our main blade, which we're gonna pull right now. Another DLC blade by the name of Quadraaceps. Personally, my favorite blade. My favorite character in this entire run and game. I just love her design. She's like super cute, energetic. I'm gonna swap the arts around. Oops. Rex as well. I'm gonna do the same thing, give her lure sources, so we can unlock her affinity chart. And give her the wood chip. She's actually going to be our main blade for pretty much the entire run. So we want to give her all the good stuff. And I will explain why very shortly.
I haven't even begun to.
Okay, so we're going to go into this place here, and then you want to pick up the item there, and then warp over. So Quadraaceps another DLC blade. And the reason why she's so strong is because of a skill known as Gathering Sparks. So Quadraaceps has a Nia has a skill, as an art known as a Dolphin Spin, with the Bit Ball, which is Quadraaceps' weapon type, and this allows her to spawn potions. And every time Quadraaceps collects a potion, it actually increases her damage. And at the first level, which we are at now, of Gathering Sparks, it increases the damage by 50%. And then it goes up to 500%, which, as you can imagine, is a really big multiplier. And it's the main reason why Quadraaceps is so strong and able to clear so many bosses very quickly. Having a bit of trouble here with this bridge jump. Basically, by angling Dromark at a certain spot on the bridge, you can actually jump down. Oh, I almost got it there. This is one of the more annoying skips to do. There's a slower method which you can take, but I like to show off. I like to show off fast red, so I didn't do it justice, but essentially, just imagine I got it first try, okay? Okay, now we got Dougal. And he likes to run away. And yeah, I'm gonna collect the potion here. It's gonna give me a bit more damage. This is a two-phase fight. So once I get... Oh, I actually didn't end the phase. Okay, it should end it. Yeah, I don't need to collect too many potions here because it resets on the second phase anyway. Okay, now I'm gonna run up to him and not attack him. Just gonna wait here. I'm gonna wait for him to break someone. Okay, once he uses Sword Assault, then I will start attacking, because I don't want him to break me. There's a reason why you don't want him to break you. It's because once you're broken, you can actually get toppled. And the blade has a attack which can topple you, and that actually just stuns you for a while. Oh no, I got broken out of that. This is annoying. Okay, should be able to kill him here. This is annoying. Yeah. What happened was that I was about to break Dougal again with my acrobatic bomber, and then he broke me out of it, so I got a lot less damage from Rex's special as well as my own special. But yeah, beating Dougal gives us a pouch expansion kit, basically allows us to have 2 pouch items at the same time, which is really nice, so we're gonna use that immediately on Nia. I'm gonna give her the Whisper Quarter, which is gonna allow her to generate her specials passively, kind of like Nurse Bear Jelly, except it's for specials. This is gonna speed up our fights even more.
I'm with you, Nia.
And now we gotta fight against Morak. She's actually a driver of Bridget, who we fought just now. And they're very mad. They basically lured us with Nia. They spread rumors of Nia getting executed, so we would go onto the ship. And now they want to capture us. Yeah, I didn't get the... Didn't get a break here, but it's fine. So I just want to use a tier 1 with either Tor or Rex and then into a tier 4. Should be enough damage. Yep. Alright, that was a lot of stuff. So yeah, basically that whole chapter was us just trying to find Nia, and it turns out that there were rumors of her being executed, which is why we really had to find her. But turns out that actually it was just a plot by Morak to lure us into the ship so that she can capture the Aegis, because but not for the same reason as Jin and Mallow. So Jin and Mallow want the Aegis for themselves because of her power. Morak wants the Aegis because the Aegis is a very dangerous blade and can cause a lot of destruction. There's actually a war 500 years ago in that caused 3 continents to sink, and the Aegis is the blade that actually sank these 3 continents. So Morak doesn't want something like that happening again. So once she heard rumors about the Aegis awakening, the Aegis coming back, she was pretty determined to stop us. But we managed to get away from Morak, so now we have to run away. And we want to make our way over to Umon Shipyard because we still want to go to Elysium. And the best way to get to the World Tree is to sail on a boat to the World Tree. And we don't have a boat right now, but Tora's uncle Umon is actually a shipbuilder, so he's going to be able to give us a ship. So that's why we're going to go and visit him. And this is the point where we need 10 puzzle tree wood. So if you don't have 10 puzzle tree wood at this point, you're going to have to warp back to one of the puzzle tree spots, and then you're going to have to repeatedly collect those spots until you get enough puzzle tree wood. You can imagine in a PB attempt, this can be very frustrating because every time you warp back, it loses you like 15 seconds. But for a marathon, it's no big deal. And I believe I actually have enough puzzle tree wood already. I had like super good RNG luck. Puddlewood RNG on the way to Torrigoff. So yeah,
Hey, look what
I guess those fights you can actually see how cross-set works. So basically I just want to generate potions, build up my specials, and then I want to do blade combos with cross-set once I get enough potions so I can deal a whole bunch of damage. Okay, so at this point we want to go back to Dawnview Grotto because there's a quest item there which we have to collect. And we have to turn in these quest items. You notice how I'm collecting the spot first,
Isn't it great we can get all this stuff right out of the
and then I'm gonna collect the items just to while the vegetables pop up. I believe I only need like 4 or 5 more to collect a bunch of these, and I should have enough vegetables and puzzle tree wood for this point of the run.
We're here.
Yep, I do. I believe I have like 11 or 10 or 11. I forgot to check my puzzle tree wood. You can actually check it while you're making the critical 2 ox core. And yeah, now we build the ship. But it turns out that the Titan, which is supposed to pull the ship, has gone missing. So we have to go and find the Titan. And to do that, we have to go and raise the tides by sleeping at the inn.
we go. What will we find?
So that's what we're gonna do now. And while we're at the inn, we're gonna level up our characters with the bonus XP
I'm stronger than this, you know.
we've accumulated so far.
Stronger.
And this is just gonna give us more bulk. Because in the next
I'm feeling strong
area,
before.
the enemies are gonna be like level 20-ish, so don't wanna be like half their level. That's just a recipe for disaster. So once we sleep at the inn, we can go and find the missing Titan.
Slept like a log, and I'm ready to face the day. Off we go. What will we find?
Gonna jump down here. You won't die because the tides are high now, so you'll actually just drop into the cloud sea here. And there's the Titan. There's the Titan, which we're supposed to find. So we're just gonna run over here, swim over here actually. And if I can get the swag. No, I didn't. If you time it right, you can jump onto the vines and you can start climbing while the cutscene fades out, or it fades into the cutscene. Call it the swag climb.
We're here.
But yeah, now that we got the Titan, we can actually start sailing to the World Tree. And once we're at the World Tree, we'll just, you know, go up all the way to Elysium, and then that's the end of the story. So yep, GG. It's been nice running this category. And time is coming up very soon. Oh wait a minute. Wait, this is not Elysium. Dude, where are we? This doesn't look like the World Tree at all. In fact, it looks like the insides of a Titan. So what actually happened there was that on the way to the World Tree, we actually got attacked by a giant mechanical snake known as Ophion. And then we got swallowed up by the Orion Titan, which basically is the continent of Australia in this game. Because everybody in here talks like with an Australian accent. It's also nice. That's one nice thing about the localization and the voice acting. It's like every region has their specific, like, certain accents. Like Uriah's like Australian, and then later in Moradane, it's kind of like everybody speaks with Scottish accent. And then Gorma or Torigov, everyone's like Welsh or something. And Nia's actually from Gorma, so she actually has a very thick Welsh accent. Something I just love about the voice acting in this game. There's so much personality and diversity in the cast. Yeah, but we run into Venom and his henchmen here, and they want the power of the Aegis from themselves. How original. But we're not gonna let them have Pyra, so we're gonna take them out. I'm gonna collect lots and lots of potions. You want to target Zuo first because he has an... You want to build up your potions anyway, and also he's gonna taunt everyone anyway, so eventually you're gonna have to target him anyway. Okay, so this should be enough to take him out. Okay, so I'm gonna pop Taurus tier 1 while I break Vandom. Nice! Get the break. So I'm gonna be able to get this volcano on this break here. It's gonna melt Vandom's HP. And right after that, I'm going to target you. Not you, but you know, this guy, you. And pop Corbin's special there while I throw my bit ball at him. Acrobatic Bomber. And at this point we have a lot of potions, so we're just gonna snipe him. And yeah, that was a very, very good fight. Basically, if you land the break on Vandom and you can get like your volcano on the break, it's gonna deal a lot more damage and just absolutely obliterate him. And then Corbin actually has some of the highest damaging specials in the game, so he's gonna be able to melt you. Not you, but you know, that guy. So yeah, actually, and after the fight, it turns out that Vandom actually didn't mean to harm us. He doesn't actually want the Aegis, he's just testing us, because, you know, he feels like it. And then he brings us back to his Garfont village here, and turns out he runs a mercenary firm. And now we're gonna tag along on one of his commissions. Before that, I'm gonna stop by that shop by Colorful Feather. It's an item which gives you aggro at the start of every battle. And aggro basically just makes enemies target you, so the driver of the most aggro will have the enemy's attention. And you accumulate aggro by dealing damage, and also certain arts and stuff can increase the damage that you accumulate. And Colorful Feather as well gives you aggro at the start of the battle, so that's going to be useful for some fights. And you lose aggro when you take damage or when you die in battle. For the most part, since Crossette's going to be dealing so much damage, he's actually going to be taking a lot of aggro, but some fights we kind of want to manage our aggro and not have Crossette take the aggro. So the Colorful Feather will help with that. And there's this Ether Miasma here, which only Rock can clear. And there's only 2 points in the run, which this actually is relevant. I had this very funny analogy that another runner told me. that Ether Miasmas are basically Titan farts. So you're just using Rock's ability to clear out Titan farts. Alright, so we're gonna make it all the way up to the top here. Because we need to find some... because there's a monster that's been causing some issues, and we have to go and find out what's happening. And then afterwards, Vandom will agrees to help us find a way to get to Elysium. And on the way, we run into this Arden here.
Let's just get up the instinct, alright? Sure.
And this is where we learn about driver combo. So we know about break, right? But there are other stages to the driver combo, like topple here, and launch here. Nice. So in this fight, Rex actually upgrades his anchor shot, and he gets the ability to topple. So once we break with acrobatic bomber here, Rex has a very high chance of his AI basically will usually make him topple enemies, and this is going to stun them and also increase their damage. And then if you're lucky, Venom can also launch with muscle uppercut, and this is going to increase their damage even further because Cosette already has Gathering Sparks to increase her damage. She also has a skill known as Pyrotechnics, which increases damage done to launch enemies by like a ton, basically. And on top of that, if you have a driver combo on top of a blade combo known as a fusion combo, and Cosette also has a skill known as Alchemy Adept, which increases the damage and the effect of fusion combos. So TLDR, all you need to know is breaks are very important. Driver combos are very important, and they increase your damage by a lot. Oh, oops. Okay, now I'm gonna check Crossset's chart because I can unlock Gathering Sparks level 2 now. That's just gonna allow me to build damage a lot quicker. And now I'm going to upgrade my Dolphin Spin to level 2 to give me more chance to get potions. And then I'm going to put the Colorful Feather on Rex. I believe that's all, actually. And the reason why I want to put the Colorful Feather on Rex is because this upcoming fight, you don't want Nia to take too much aggro. You want Rex to take the aggro for as long as possible because the boss does a lot of damage. The Elder Arachno here, he has a shoot the she has a shoot the whoop attack, which can, and she'll go like, I'm a fire in my laser. I know it's a very old meme. But yeah, it deals so much damage and can just obliterate you. Well, technically it's Wolfric. Wolfric's the one, the blade at the back. Wolfric's the one who's actually firing the laser. But you can see I'm already starting to take aggro. But you want to set up burnout with Rex. Make sure you're healthy. Okay. Yeah, Termination Blast, this is the one that's going to deal a lot of damage to you. But I should be fine. And yeah, once I get this break, the fight's basically over. I'm going to immediately do Mega Explosion here. And ooh, that's a lot of damage, yeah. So not only do we have the potions and the damage bonus from the break, we also have the Alchemy Adept boosting that damage even further. Now we're gonna go back to Garfon. And if you go onto this spot here, you can actually trigger the cutscene early, but I didn't get it this time. Feels bad, man. But now we run into Torna, not Torna, Akos, who is part of a terrorist group known as Torna. It's actually Nia was actually part of Torna as well. But now Nia has switched sides and she's agreed to help us, and Akos is now our enemy. I want to get a few potions and then I'll chain. I want to get like 3 potions before I start chaining. And yeah, in this fight we learn about chain attacks. Basically, your entire party just gangs up on a monster or enemy there, and you get a huge boost in your damage. And after you kill the enemy, you can actually start to get overkill. And the overkill actually multiplies your the rewards you get from the battle. So your XP and SP, which you need to learn skills and everything gets multiplied by the overkill that you get. So This is huge because chain attacks basically allow us to not have to grind in the speedrun at all. By using chain attacks at by smartly using chain attacks at certain places, we can actually eliminate the need to grind for the entire speedrun. So that's the first instance where we're going to use the chain attack. They're also useful for just ensuring that you kill certain enemies. Like for example, the final boss, because he has so much HP, you just need to use a chain attack to delete his HP. But sometimes, if let's say you get an unlucky fight or you didn't manage to get a break and you need some extra damage, you can also just chain for safety. That's also one of the nice things about chain attacks. Alright, so now we can actually go and find a way to get to Elysium. So Vandom knows a guy in Fonsa Maima, which is the capital of Araya, and he might know, that guy might know a way to get to Elysium, so we're going to pay him a visit. And Vandom's like, oh, I wanted to go to Fonsa Maima anyway, so I'll just take you guys there. But on the way there, we're going to run into another person who wants the power of the Aegis from themselves. So this is like the third person already who wants the power of the Aegis for themselves. And it's against the Thunderbolt Zeke, or Lightning Zeke von Genbu, also known as the Zekenator. And his pet Turters. Best character in the game, no cap. Alright, so Zeke, it's pretty simple fight. It's pretty much the same as Morak. We wanna build up to our tier 4 while gathering lots of potions. Nice thing is now Rex can topple, and that can actually give us extra potions. So we're gonna be able to build up our potions a lot quicker than on the Morak fight. Alright, so I got the break here, that's nice. And Rex is probably gonna topple. Or Tora can topple as well. And that's basically just gonna seal the deal. I'm gonna use Burnout here, and that's gonna just instantly delete Zeke here. Oof. Yeah, one nice thing about fusion combos is that it actually gives you bonus rewards as well. So if you kill with a fusion combo, you actually get more XP and JP. Oh, what am I doing? Why was I floating there? Wait, why am I just jumping down here? Oh, I survived with 1 HP, dude. That was totally calculated. Okay, so what you saw me do there was a glitch known as Zombie Hover. Basically, there's a death code in the game. By holding down certain buttons, you can actually execute the death code and you will instantly die. And by doing that, while you're going out of cutscenes or certain skip traveling to certain places, you can actually enter what we know as the zombie hover state, where you survive fall damage with where you can't die to fall damage because the game basically already thinks you're dead. And this has some interesting properties. Before that, watch this movement tech. I'm gonna swap to Crossset and then jump up and then swap back to Dromart. Because Dromart can never make that jump for some reason. Okay, anyway, as I was saying, so Zombie Hover actually allows you to skip story flags. So while in Zombie Hover state, you can't trigger story flags. But you can't skip story flags because you need to trigger them to progress with the story before you can actually move on. But by getting on Dromart, you can actually trigger those story flags. So you can still be in the Zombie Hover state and survive fall damage, but as long as you're on Dromart, you can actually still progress with the story. So we're gonna make use of that. Before that, I'm gonna do this little clip here. By swimming into the corner of that gate there, and then swapping drivers, you actually shift Dromart's position slightly, which clips him into the wall, and then afterwards you just clip right off the wall. So that's called tardy gate skip. And if you want to know why it's called tardy gate skip, it's because the actual method to open the tardy gate is very slow, hence why it's called tardy. No, it's not. It's not actually that slow. It's like, I don't know, like 7 seconds or something. I don't know. I never ever did it since I started speedrunning. Because the tardy gate skip is actually one of the easiest skips you can do. So we've seen a few skips so far. We've seen the ancient vessel skip. We've seen the bridge jump, and then we also see the tardy gate skip. Oh yeah, one thing I didn't mention is that to level up gathering sparks, you actually need to engage in battle alongside Pyramithra. So Pyramithra is already in our party, so we don't have to worry about that part. So every time we get into a battle, like right now, it actually counts towards leveling up our gathering sparks, and we want to make sure we're going to intentionally aggro some monsters later just to make sure that we get gathering sparks before certain important boss fights or menus. But yeah, just keep that in mind. And we're out of zombie harvest state now, so basically to remove zombie harvest state, you need to swap positions of your drivers or switch blades. Switch blades in the blade engage blades menu. That's important because you want to remove zombie harvest state so you can actually progress with the story. You don't want to go into fights with Dromar because he's not very strong. You want to remove zombie harvest state and go into fights with Crosset. So we're running up these stairs here, but Crosset doesn't care about stairs. She just skates everywhere. That's why she's the best. She can skate anywhere. In fact, I'm gonna go into this paddy field right here so you can see her skating in water. So I just love the interactions in this game. Alright, so now we're in Fonsa Mina. Before we visit the dude we're supposed to visit, we run into this violent driver. And a shout out to Mutsuki, another Xenoblade and Final Fantasy runner. Every time he gets to this part, Mutsuki just goes like, oh, this is my dad, the violent driver. So yeah, make sure all of you drive safely. Do not drink and drive. Not like this guy. So this fight's very simple. It's basically a rehash of the Arden fight. Just gonna driver lock him with Topple and get lots of potions. He's gonna somersault kick us, which is annoying, but it's just... You just mainly don't want him to somersault kick you while you're going for your acrobatic bomber. But yeah, this should be the end. So I'm gonna be able to get my special on this Topple here. In fact, it expired. The Topple ran out, but I was able to get most of the extra damage anyway. Which actually saves a couple of seconds because of animation that happens when you get like Topples and stuff. I'm gonna go to the shop here. I'm gonna buy one of everything because everything here looks really nice and I really want them. It's a game shop. And I like games, you know. Don't you like games? Wait, what's these Nick and Knack beads? Just appeared. So basically when you in certain shops, once you buy every item, you unlock deeds, which are passive, which give you like passive buffs. And this one Nick and Knack deeds increases your movement speed by 5%. And which doesn't seem like much, but there's a lot of running in this game. So this one's the earliest one that we can pick up, and it's also the easiest one that we can pick up. So it's totally worth it to just get it there. And in fact, it's the only one that we pick up. There are others later, but it's like later into the run and it's not as impactful anymore, and it's also pretty slow to get. So now we're gonna stay at the inn. And it's this guy, Cole, who knows a way to get to Elysium. But his granddaughter, Iona, got kidnapped, so we have to go and rescue her. And guess who kidnapped her? None other than the bad guys, Akos and Makos. Not Akos and Malos. And we're gonna fight both of them very shortly. And we call it Fight Makos, because, you know, sounds cool. It's both of them. And this is actually one of the fights that a lot of runners consider to be the most difficult fight. And there's good reason for that. It's because this fight can just really annoy you with lots of different reactions, like knockback and blow down, and not blow down, but break. They can interrupt a lot of your arts, and they can topple you. And part of the fight also is contingent on, also depends on Rex getting his special up in time. So overall, it's just a pretty annoying fight to have to deal with. And I know when I first started speedrunning this game, I had a lot of trouble with this fight. But there is a semi-consistent, pretty consistent strategy with it. For the most part, it should work. The main thing is you don't want aggro on Nia. So I'm not gonna be using Acrobatic Bomber, and I'm gonna wait until my tier 1 goes up before I start collecting potions. And I want to build up to my tier 4 exclusively with Dolphin Spin. This is to generate as little aggro as possible. I don't want to heal as if I can help it, because healing also generates a lot of aggro. He's gonna use Checkmate here. Fortunately, Rex gets his special up in time, and you really need to get off burnout. And you want to get at least 5 potions, which I believe I should already have. So... No, he toppled me! No, dude! Ah, okay, good thing he didn't kill me. Okay, this should end it. Yeah, you want to get off, like... Oh, that's one of the really annoying reactions that you can do. Yeah, but you want to get off their Mega Explosion once you get, like, 5 potions. And if you don't kill him, you really need to chain, because Mal's gonna taunt you, so you can't finish Akos off. And this, to end the phase, it ends when either of them reaches 50% HP, and then they're gonna start shackling you and everything. Just can be a mess. Alright, I want to show off this new strat. It's very cool. First, you pay respects to Vandom. I don't know why he's lying there, but just pay respects to him. And just wait here. Mel's will yeet himself off the cliff. I love this. And I pay respects to Vandom again. Wait for Akos to come here. You can actually not run here, but if Akos is really far from the cliff, you wanna lure him here. Alright, now I want to drive Akos as close to the cliff as possible. So I'm gonna stick very close to him while building up to tier 2. Oh, nice. Broke him. Okay. And then I'm gonna swap to Corvin here to push him off. And wait. Oh no, I died! Look, I'm just... I died! Yeah, so you want to swap to Corvin to use his tier 2, which has a knockback effect, which would push Akos off the cliff. And then, one funny thing you can do is that, as long as Akos dies first, you can die and it doesn't matter. So, I'll actually just yeet myself off the cliff as well, after I yeet everyone off the cliff. It just makes for a nice visual effect, that you're just bouncing up and down. But yeah, that's actually the fastest strat to finish that fight. There's another strat which gets you more XP and SP, but this strat is by far the fastest. And the other strat's also dependent on you getting a break, which is why I tend to prefer this yeeting strat. The only downside is that you miss out on the extra XP and JP from getting a fusion kill. The other strat is to get a topple stack on, basically to get a topple, and then use a nuclear blast to kill both of them at once with the AoE from nuclear blast.
Off we go.
Okay, now that Vandom, I don't know where Vandom went, but he's gone for now. Probably taking break somewhere. But he hands over the fern to his mercenary fern to us, so now we learn about merc missions. Basically, you can send your spare blades out on these merc missions, and they can give you various rewards. And now we have 1 minute of downtime, where we can do absolutely nothing. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna start playing gacha. Alright, there are certain blades that I have to pull to progress with the story, so I'm going to... There's one wind blade, that's I need that. I need 1 wind blade, 2 fire blades, and 3 earth blades. I got Ursula. We are Ursula's new crew. Woo! Ursula's not useful. Ice blades and all the other elements are not useful. Oh, I got Godfrey. That's awesome. I love to see Godfrey. Because there's actually a pity system in this game, and Godfrey's in the best pity group. So I'll probably get Boreas here. Let's go! Boreas is the best blade to get because he's the blade that saves the most amount of time. Okay, I got 1 fire blade, so I need 1 more fire blade and 2 more earth blades. So I'm gonna pull on Rex here. Agatha is an earth blade, but she doesn't have earth mastery, which is what we need. But she has Keen Eye, which is a useful field skill. There's our second fire blade, and Spear is actually one of the best weapons you can get on Rex. Oh, there's Adenine. Adenine's a nice blade to have as well, because she's Wind and Keen Eye. I really want to try to pull Perun and Florin, maybe. Perun's gonna give me Ancient Wisdom, which saves a lot of time as well, kind of like Boreas. And Florin's just an Earth Blade. There's Gorg. I already have Keen Eye, so Gorg's not useful. I really need my Earth Blades. So I need 3 Earth Blades. Those are the hardest ones to get. I am not getting my Earth Blades. There's Florin. There's 1 Earth Blade. So I still want to try to get Perun, so I'm going to start pulling on rare core crystals here. You notice I left like 4 legendaries. Those tend to give you the highest chances of pulling rare blades, but we also need to sell some of them later for money, so I need to keep some of them for money. And I'm getting very unlucky here with my earth blades. I need 2 more. Oh, that's Perun. That's a very good pull. So that saves me like a minute later, and Boreas saves you like a minute and a half. I'm getting a lot of electric blades, but no earth blades, so I'm very upset. Oh, actually I pulled all the blades I want, so I don't need to pull on rares anymore. There's a water katana. I'm gonna need 1 water on Rex for later to pull off combos, and katana is also one of the better weapons you can get. I would really appreciate it if I can get 2 more earth blades. So yeah, you can imagine that this part of the run is very frustrating for a lot of runners because you can have a really good pace just completely destroyed by getting bad blade pulls. I need 2 more earth blades. If I don't get enough earth blades... Oh, there's 1. I need 1 more. If I don't get enough earth blades, I have to do a pretty slow backup. Just 1 more. Come on, just 1 more. Please, just 1 more earth blade. The last marathon I ran at, I actually didn't get enough earth blades, and I had to do that really slow backup. So I'm hoping that's not happening here again. I really just need 1 more earth blade. Come on, man. Come on. We have 15 more chances to get an earth blade. It's usually not this bad. I usually have my required earth blades by now. There we go. Awesome. Now we can finish this merc mission. As part of the story.
I feel I can get...
And then we can talk to you. Not you, but this guy. And yeah, that's the gotcha part done. And now we're gonna try to head to Elysium. So what we're gonna do is we're going to take a ship from Ponza Maima to Argentum, and then we're gonna go from Argentum to Moradane. And
We're here.
oops, went to the wrong part.
Shall we?
It's Holy Gate Fontana here.
Off we go. What will we find?
Yeah, so instead of skip traveling to Argentum, because there's a story flag, here, we have to go and talk to the Nopon here.
Arrived.
All in one piece.
Oh yeah, I almost forgot. There's a hunter's chemistry which I mentioned previously that we have to pick up here. The thing about ox cores is that you can't use them immediately. You have to refine them first, which is why we needed the
Treasure
vegetables for.
acquired.
Where's my hunter's chemistry? Okay, it's there. So yeah, okay. Disregarding how long it took me to get those earth blades, those were essentially the best blades I could. I essentially got all the good blades. I got Boreas and Perun, which saved the most time. I got my Keen Eye blade, and I got my Leaping blade, which is Talos, the first blade I pulled. And then on top of that, I got some pretty good blades for Rex. I got some katanas and lances in the correct elements, like fire and water, which I'm gonna need for combos later. So all in all, a pretty good blade pull session. Definitely. In a marathon, honestly, I'll take this. In fact, my PB doesn't even have Boreas and Perun, which is super annoying. It means that my PB could have been like, I don't know, like 2 or 3 minutes faster.
Here.
So, shall we?
So yeah, there are backups in case you don't get Boreas and Perun. Boreas gives you Nopon Wisdom, and if you remember how long it took me to talk to 20 Nopons, well, to get Nopon Wisdom level 3, you have to talk to 40 Nopon.
All in one piece.
And Perun gives you Ancient Wisdom. That doesn't lose you as much time as having to get, as not getting Boreas. But you still have to do quite a bit of extra menuing to for that. To make up for the lack of Perun. So now we're in Argentum, and we want to find a way to get to Moradane. So we talked to the Nopon there, and we purchased some tickets. So now we can go to Moradane. And I believe the reason why we're going to Moradane is because
Off we go.
the person that we met in Fonsa Maima told us to look for someone in Indal. And to get to Indal, we want to go through Moradane. So we're taking like a really long path there, go to Argentum, then go to Moradane, then go to Indal. But yeah, that's basically what we have to do. But before we go to Moradane, someone steals Rock's core crystal from Rex. So yeah, if you remember Rock, that was Vandom's blade. Touring off base actions. And yeah, okay, I'm gonna break it to you guys. Vandom died, that's why we have Rock's core crystal. And obviously we're not gonna just sit there and let someone steal Rock's core crystal. Vandom was like a father figure and a mentor to Rex, which is why Rock's core crystal is so important and why we have to get it back.
We're here.
And it's, again, we have to talk to certain quest NPCs, but we already know which NPCs we have to talk to. And then there's this thing here that to solve this mystery kind of thing, to uncover the foot tracks,
We're here.
the footsteps, You can ask for help or you can go and uncover them yourself. So obviously we're just gonna ask for help because that's gonna instantly complete the quest for us. I don't know why the game does this, but we can do it, so why not? Notice I skipped travel back to Uman Shipyard because that puts me a bit closer to the trigger here. And now these kids that stole our core crystal sick some birds on us, so we have to take care of those first. Oh, Tora took my potion. Yeah, that's one of the weaknesses of cross set, that if another character collects the potions, you don't get the damage boost. So that's some RNG that can happen when you're using cross set. So, like for example, in Makos, the Makos phase 1, if like my party members took a lot of my potions, I would have been in quite some trouble because I wouldn't have had the damage to end the phase. Okay, but we got Rock's core crystal back, and what do you know? We run into more Titan fart. So now's the time to pull Rock. And some exposition here. Blades lose all their memories when their driver dies and they return to their core crystal. So Rock's just asking like what kind of a person Vandam was, and Rex is like, oh, he was a really great person and everything. And Rock's like, okay, well, this guy seems pretty cool, and I'll help you because you're my new driver. And here we purposely aggro this monster just to get us gathering sparks after this fight. Because right after this fight is gonna be in the next menu. I mean, in between this fight and the next fight is gonna be a menu which we can unlock gathering sparks. So it turns out that the kids, these bandits were terrorizing the kids' hometown. So we want to take care of these bandits for them. And they have some of the funniest names in the speedrun, like Heartbreaker Grzek. What's a Heartbreaker? Oh, he's gonna taunt us here with Axe Break. It's kind of annoying. Oh no, he used Blaster to... That interrupted my, No, how did he kill... I was just about to heal and then he killed me. The really annoying thing is that once you die, your potions reset. And nice, Tora took my potion. Really love it. Okay, I'm gonna let Corbin take care of this boy. Okay, that fight didn't go according to plan, but we made it made it through somehow. Yeah, these fights aren't really that dangerous, so even if you die, it doesn't lose you. It won't end the fight. You don't just like have to reset the fight. You can just pick up again from there. So yeah, I didn't pay attention to my HP there, and I died just as I was about to heal, but we were able to make our way back. So no biggie. Now I should have Gathering Sparks level 3 as I return to, as I come out of the skip travel here. Yep, there we go.
What will we find?
So yeah, we got back Rock's core crystals. So now we can actually head to Moradane. Finally. It's like every time we want to go to somewhere, like something stops us. Like we want to go to the World Trio, we get attacked by Ophion. Want to go to Moradane? Oh no, some kid steals our core crystal. Okay, so we're here in Moradane. As you can see, Moradane's kind of like desert. desolate wasteland kind of place. And the reason is actually because Moradane, the Titan's dying, and so everything's like overheating, and the climate's really hot and dry. And that's the reason why Moradane is colonizing other places like Gormat. So Gormat's actually a territory, a colony of Moradane, the Empire of Moradane, and the Emperor Nile. And Morak is actually the sister of the Emperor Nile. She's the Special Inquisitor of Moradane, which is just a fancy title of saying she's really strong. A fancy way to say she's really strong. And yeah, this music here is really, really awesome. One of the best tracks in this game. Honestly, the entire soundtrack is just really good. This game has some really banger soundtracks, on top of having a really nice story and awesome combat system, which can be pretty hard to pick up at first. I know the game doesn't really do a good job at explaining, but once you start to understand the combat system, it really becomes very enjoyable. Okay, I'm gonna buy a Gear Vest, Ball Attachment, and Zero Battle Course. Gear Vest is gonna... It's like a Biz Vest, it gives you more HP. Ball Attachment increases damage done by bit balls, i.e. Crossset, by 25%. So that's awesome. It's a multiplicative of 25% because it affects your auto attack stat. And then the Zero Battle Course is something we're going to use for later. It increases the XP you gain from battles as long as the driver that finishes the battle is the one that's equipping it. But we're not going to use it until like Chapter 7, so we don't have to care about it for now. But there is going to be a point where XP really, really matters. And we have the hot spring scene, which unfortunately we can't watch because we're doing a speedrun. And now we're gonna do some more zombie hovering around. Okay, I'm gonna actually do a safety save here just in case I crash the game. Because there, in very, very rare instances, you can actually crash the game when you do zombie hovers. Alright, we got that one. So yeah, there's actually these steam vents here that will kill you if you walk past it, but if we're in zombie hover state, we can just walk right through them. And then we can get back on Dromark to trigger the cutscene. There we go, there's the second zombie hover, so we can walk through these vents. We can get back on Dromark to trigger the cutscene later. And we run into this artificial blade known as Lila. And Tor seems to recognize her, so we have to go and chase her down. And before that, we want to tag this place, Narrow Central Plaza, so we can come back there later. And no, I have all the good blades and wrecks, so I don't have to overdrive. And now we're gonna pull Wolfric. It's a core crystal that we got from being the spider just now.
I am at your service.
I'm gonna put Wolfric on Nia because it's actually gonna give her more damage. I'm gonna give the Hunter's Chemistry, which we crafted. I'm gonna unlock some more skills across its skill chart. And I'm going to just put a fire on Rex. Oops. I'm gonna give him the Gear Vest, and then Nia gets the Ball Attachment. And then she gets the Narsuper Jelly. So yeah, we want the Fire Blade on Rex because we don't have access to Pyro for this section, so we want the Fire Blade on Rex so we can continue to do our Mega Explosion combos. And this upcoming fight is one of the hardest fights in the run. Lila here just does so much damage. She can like two-shot you basically. She does like half your damage, half your HP of Rocket Kick. So I'm gonna be really careful here with my healing. And ooh, that's a lot of damage. No, Rex! Why did you take my potion? No, you took another one! Oh my gosh, this is terrible. I'm gonna have to take. I'm gonna have to collect like 6 potions in this fight. So I'm really hoping that they don't take any more of my potions. And on top of that, I'm going to have to be on top of my HP. Okay, so I've like 4. I have like 4 potions so far. Make sure I'm topped up at all times. Going to burn out with Rex. Okay. She should use Missile Circus sometime soon. Alright. Okay. Okay, this should be enough damage. I think I have like 5 or 6 potions. I think it should. From this, it's close. I think I have 6 potions. Should be enough. That's close enough. Alright, it's close enough. Yeah, this fight is just absolutely terrible. She does so much damage and she's really tanky and her break resist is extremely high. So I'll take this fight, like, definitely. You notice I gave the Nars Repair Jelly to Nia as well. It's gonna give her a lot of arts recharge, so I'm gonna have access to heals a lot more often. You can actually leave the Whisper Core on her, which is technically faster, but I really prefer the safety of just having lots of heals. And it's not even that much faster. Alright, now we run into Morag, and she's really angry because apparently this artificial blade has been terrorizing the town. And the only known artificial blade right now is Poppy. But of course we know that's Lila. But Morag doesn't know that. So she's fighting us. So you wanna kill off the soldiers while building your potions. You wanna build up to your tier 4. Oh, I already killed up all the soldiers. It's pretty fast. You wanna make sure you pay attention to everyone's HP and keep them healed up. Oh no. I have a lot of aggro. Oh. Awesome. Yeah, you want to get off a volcano on a topple or break it. On a topple, ideally. And then you want to go into your chain immediately. This is the first chain that we use for XP. And notice I'm not clearing the button prompts. And this is so that... This is so I can get as much DOT as possible. Volcano is the largest DOT multiplier, DOT in the game. So by not clearing the button prompts, I can delay the chain attack, make it slightly slower just to get more DOT and more XP and SP from this fight. So I got an overkill of 350, which is lower than what I hoped, but it's still very workable. I definitely would take a DOT of 350. Ideally, though, you want to try to get, like, I don't know, like 370, 380-ish. That's gonna put you in a very good position for later. Potentially skip another chain attack later.
We're here. Let's get going.
And afterwards, Morag's like, oh, not there. I'm gonna do another zombie hover.
We're here. Let's Let's get going.
Mark's like, okay, I'll let you go this time. But you have to get to the bottom of the situation. So that's what we're doing. We're trying to find out where Lila is. So we're just running around. Running some errands. And you saw that I did zombie hover there just so I can jump down and land on those barrels. If you don't have zombie hover, you can actually do some parkouring down instead, but it's faster to do zombie hover. And this guy has some information, but before giving us his information, he wants us to buy stuff from him. I mean, man's gotta make a living, so information's not cheap, you know? But basically he tells us to go and speak to this guy, and then that guy's gonna tell us about some barrels, which we're gonna have to scrutinize. And to scrutinize those barrels, you need to have 3 levels of Knob on Wisdom. So we already have level 2 from Poppy. And the last one you can either get from Boreas, or you have to level up Poppy's Knob on Wisdom. The alternative for that is to send your blades on a Merc mission, which takes 30 minutes to complete. So that's obviously out of the question. And this is where Boreas is really nice. In fact, I got Boreas and Rex, so that's the most optimal.
Just leave it to Boreas.
This is gonna save me a bit of menuing later. That's why I swapped to Rex. Immediately after I saw Godfrey as my pity blade, I immediately swapped to Rex. So I can just try to pull Boreas and Rex. And basically you get their pity blades after getting, like, if you pull legendary crystals or a certain number of core crystals and you don't get blades, the game starts to add points to like a pity system. Once you hit a certain threshold, you will be guaranteed to get a pity blade on your next pull. So these green barrels here are what we need the Knob on Wisdom level 3 for.
I know Knob-on's like the back of my, tongue.
So now we found out where Lila is, so we can go and report back to Morak. Isn't this music just amazing? I just love it.
And we're you. The adventure continues.
Or if we're, we might bump into the guy who's complaining about a CO. There we go. And then we run into this group of soldiers who will look at us. Alright, see ya. See ya, losers. Alright, I'm gonna do another zombie hover here. This is actually a new strat that we do. Basically, there's a trigger here that, if you trigger it, it will say, hey, you're not supposed to be here, and then it will make you go out. Or I forgot to swap to Crossset before I came into this elevator, so you don't get to see Crossset. It's okay, Wolfrick's cool as well. So yeah, that's why you have to swap out Jormark. That's one of the instances where you actually want to skip the trigger. And now you want to swap back to Jormark so you can tag this place. Heart Hate Dot level 2. So we call the strat early Heart Hate Dot level 2. Because we tag it early. We used to tag this like later in the run, like chapter 7.
Let's get going.
And basically we do this now to skip a location we used to tag called Fourth Ridge District, but it's kind of slow to get to, and it's kind of a hassle to tag because you have to jump down some pipes and you can die if you're not careful. And you want to tag landmarks not just to skip travel to them, but also because they give you extra SP and bonus XP, which can matter for later. Every bit of SP now matters. And now I want to send blades on
I'll do it.
this mission called Lunch of Love, because it's going to give me a second Hunter's Chemistry later. And while doing that, it unequips Boreas, and then removes Zombie Harbor State because our blades changed. So yeah, that's a nice bit of menuing there. If Boreas is on Nia, you have to put cross that back first, and then you do that. So it saved me a bit of menuing there. But yeah, now we got another fight with the Zekanator himself, and this time there are no clips for him to fall off from. So he's very confident that he can destroy us and take the power of the Aegis for himself. Wahahaha. Okay, Zeke is actually very dangerous though. He deals a lot of damage, so you want to make sure you heal up as well. Good thing he doesn't have a lot of break resist, so you can try to driver lock him. Nice. Oh, nice. I'm gonna use my tier 3 here because it's enough. Yeah, it's nice that I get the fusion kill here because it's gonna give me extra SP. SP is what I need to unlock skills on Nia's Affinity Shard, and we're gonna want to hit a certain threshold to unlock a skill known as Arts Chain. This is gonna speed up our fights drastically by allowing us to cancel arts into themselves and charge up our specials a lot faster. So ideally I want to have that before the final fight of this chapter. And after the fight with Zeke, he has a really Team Rocket moment where Boulder falls. Indiana Jones / Team Rocket moment. Basically, he does a special Ultra Lightning Force Smash move thing again, and then it... Instead of destroying the cliff which he was standing on last time, this time it actually dislodges a boulder from the side, and then it rolls down Indiana Jones style, and then it hits him, and then they blast off like Team Rocket. It's hilarious. I love Zeke. Yeah, but I shouldn't love Zeke too much because he's totally a bad guy and he wants the power of the Aegis for himself. Okay, but never mind Zeke, now we're in the old factory. Basically, we find out here that there's production of artificial blades, so who could be at the... who could be the mastermind behind all of this? Wonder what's going on here. So that's what we're trying to find out. And this area is one of the laggiest areas in the game. Like, oh my god, my game is lagging so much and there's really nothing you can do about it. The game always lags here. And yeah, it actually turns out that Bana is... the chairman of the Argentum Trade Guilds, the one who's behind all of this, and he's producing artificial blades here to sell to the terrorist group Torna. Bana's basically, he just all he cares about is money and mushrooms. And he sicks some of his Turkins on us. This fight's pretty simple. You just want to try to get as much AoE as possible with quadraaceps tier 1. You notice that I'm gonna swap around targets. This is just to try to get more AoE. Might be able to get some good AoE here. Oh, nice. I got all 3 of them. That was a fantastic fight. Notice how I just swapped to the one at the end there, and then that got all 3 in the AoE of quadraaceps tier 1. That was so good. Alright, here we got another fight with Lila. But this time she's not as dangerous because she's only leveled up like twice while we are at like, I don't know, we're like 6 or 7 levels higher now. So you don't have to worry about your HP as much. But she can still be kind of annoying, and she also has a special skill now known as Thunder Kick. Basically, if you don't kill her, she will kill you. So you want to make sure you kill her. And everyone's taking my potions, which is very annoying. Can you stop taking my potions? That is actually so annoying. How many potions do I have? Like 3 or 4? Okay, it should be enough. Should use the Ether Barrier here. Just makes her invincible, but I just use that to set up my Acrobatic Bomber here while my Tier 4 charges. Okay, no, I'll go for this. Oh no, I missed! That's so annoying! Will I even kill now? Oh no, I'm gonna chain. This is for safety, because she's gonna kill me if I don't kill her. That was very unfortunate. My party members took a lot of my potions, and then I missed the first hit of my tier 4 as well, which led me to have a lot less damage on my Mega Explosion. But the good thing is, by getting this chain attack, I actually get a lot more SP. And that's basically gonna guarantee that I have Arch Chain at the end of the second fight, the next fight. But I was hoping to conserve my chain for the next fight just in case I needed it then. Alright, so it's Lila done. Now we're gonna do yet another clip. So welcome to Old Factory clip. I'm gonna warp back to the main ventilation duct here. So this is one of the harder skips to do, and it's kind of
Let's get going.
there are a few setups for it, the different setups which you can take. I tend to zoom in all the way. I find that it works the best for me. I'm gonna run into the wall here and jump at a precise spot here. Land on this pipe, and then you wanna land on... Oh, that's annoying. Okay, I can do a backup here. You want to land on that door there? Oh my god, that was... I almost got to the door. It's okay, we'll try again.
The adventure continues.
Yeah, sure. Okay. There we go. That's not that difficult. So I just want to land on the door frame there. You can go into this next room, which skips like 5 minutes of running through the factory. So this is definitely one of the skips that you want to learn as a speedrunner. It's absolutely essential that you learn this skip. It just saves so much time. Wait, where are my potions? I want my potions. This is a two-phase fight. I just want to end this as quickly as possible to break your health. Oh, awesome. Topper here is so good. I should be able to end this phase right now. Nice. They can use a skill known as Bam Bam Rocket, which topples you, which is very annoying because it loses you a lot of time. It just like stuns you and you can't do anything. So now Tora rejoins our party, and he has an upgraded form of Poppy called Poppy QT. And QT is actually pretty useful because she's a fire element blade, so we're going to be able to use her to combo as well. Alright, so strat here is kind of the same. I want to build up to a Mega Explosion and get my potions as well. It'd be nice if I could get some more potions. Oh, that's a nice drop. I can get this one as well. I'm gonna try to kill this without a break. Okay, nice. Okay, I'm gonna have one more try at a break. Okay, this should be able to kill because I have a lot of potions. Basically, what I was trying to do for this fight is I was just trying to get as many potions as possible because I don't need the chain or any more XP. So I was just trying to kill this fight as quickly as possible. Alright, there we go. There's Rosa. Or not Rosa. Yeah, Rosa? It's Rosa. Basically just a giant Lila. And now is where we are gonna see fights start to speed up a lot once we get Arts Chain. We're gonna get Arts Chain on Nia, which is gonna allow us to cancel our arts into each other and speed up combat drastically. At the same time, I'm gonna give a water plate to Rex. Where's the katana that I picked up? Yeah. Katanas and lances are nice for Rex because it gives him a break guard. I'm gonna save here just because there's a small chance that this next fight can soft lock. Oh yeah, this is a fight against Patroka and Mikhail. There are two members of Porna as well. This is a two-phase fight. You just need to bring Mikhail down to about, I don't know, I think like 75% HP. Okay, it should be fine. Normally, if I see Topple there, I'd be really scared because that means I might soft lock. But as long as Mikhail still has his weapons with him, it should be fine. It won't soft lock. If you use this dead ball, then you don't want to finish the fight. Because basically, if the phase ends while Mikhail doesn't have his weapons, he won't get his weapons back, and then the game won't check to go to the next phase. So I'm gonna want to get as many potions as I can. I'm gonna try to set up in a way that Patroka's like kind of behind. And I'm gonna try to get one more break. Okay, this is fine. Okay, I got the break, which is nice. So if I manage to blow Mikhail down into Patroka with Crosshair's tier 4 here, I'm gonna be able to get her in the Steam Explosion AoE. No, I didn't. It's fine, that was close though. Sometimes Patroka just doesn't stand close enough to you. Okay, so the backup here is just to go tier 1 with Tora. I'm gonna try to break her if I can. Okay, I'll give one more chance to try to break her. Okay, there we go. Okay, this should be able to kill her. There we go. Alright, so that's chapter 4. And we're actually already halfway through the run, even though there are 10 chapters in this game. That's just because the last few chapters are very quick, very short. And yeah, that was a pretty intense first 4 chapters. There are a lot of fights and a lot of things you have to do. Chapter 5 is you get a bit of a break. It's a nice welcome change of pace. Then we meet Fan Lenorn. I seem to remember that she has like a different name, but every time I try to remember, my mind just gets really hazy. But yeah, this Fan Lenorn, she's a blade of the current praetor, which is the
Just so.
basically the religious leader of the nation of Indal. Indal is like a religious country-ish, sort of like the Vatican. And then the praetor is kind of like the Pope. So yeah, the Fan Lenorn is one of his blades, and she's sort of like she basically agrees to bring us to Indal so we can actually meet up with the praetor and try to get to the World Tree, because he might know something about Elysium. Oh, Pyra, did you just jump off? She did. Okay, I want to aggro some monsters here. This is just to get Gathering Sparks level 4 before... Basically, there's a gauntlet at the end of this chapter. And there are some pretty annoying fights there, so it's optional. You don't have to get Gathering Sparks level 4, but I like to get it just for some extra damage and safety. And it really doesn't take any time to get it, because all you need to do is just aggro it's like 5 monsters, which takes like, I don't know, like 5 seconds total. And then you can skip having to open the menu again to learn Gathering Sparks level 4 later, because you can do it all in one shot before the gauntlet. So I believe that was free. And right now we're making our way through Morning Nia. Right now we're just trying to make our way through... This is the Leftharian Archipelago. It's just a bunch of islands, and this is also coincidentally where Rex's hometown is, so this is where he's been sending all his money. So while we're here... well, firstly, to get to Indal, you have to go through the Leftharian Archipelago, because there's a harbor on the other side where we can go to Indal from. But while we're here, we can also go and visit Rex's hometown, and Pyro's very excited to visit. So how can we say no to Pyra? Oh, I totally forgot. Okay, anyway, in this chapter you can swap, you get the ability to swap between Pyra and Mithra. I totally glossed over Mithra because obviously Pyra is better. But basically Mithra is the true form of the Aegis, sort of.
Hey, look what I
And
found.
she awakened
Congratulations.
at the end of chapter 3 because Rex was about to be killed by Mallows. So Mithra awakened to protect Rex, and she's the oh, that's Gathering Sparks level 4. Yeah. Okay, she's the actual form of the Aegis, and it turns out that Pyra is just a persona that she created, an alternate self that she created. Because she was afraid of her own power, so she created Pyra to basically seal away her power. So Pyra is kind of like also a form of the Aegis, but a kind of a weaker version of Mithra, if you can put it that way. There's a lot of very interesting backstory when it comes to Mithra, and that gets explained a lot in the DLC, Torna, the Golden Country, which, by the way, is a fantastic DLC. I believe it's like $30 or something, but it essentially one game. It's like the developers just went ham with the DLC. It gives you so much benefit, so much extra features, extra stuff in the base game. Plus, you get one entire game for free. Like, what? Like, how good of a deal is that? But yeah, Mithra, really complex character, one of the best written characters in this game. Pyra, by comparison, is a bit more. She doesn't have that much development, but we still love Pyra. Alright, this section I can actually take a quick bathroom break because it's just one straight line of walking. So I'm actually gonna take a quick bathroom break.
Hey, look what I found! Congratulations, guys!
Oh, just in time. Oops. Okay, Rex, you can stop now. Yeah, I just had to go, just to make sure that I'm good for the rest of the run, because there isn't gonna be another chance you can do this until like in chapter 9, but that's basically the end of the run already. So, basically, there's a really straight line that you can just run in and use the auto run feature of the game. Then you can just leave for about a minute and come back. I actually left a bit late. That's why I was running into the shore there.
Hey, look what I found!
I could have gone a bit earlier, but it's fine. So now we're at Vonset Village. This is where Rex grew up. It's Rex's hometown. And
And arrived.
we actually find out that Rex is an orphan, and he was actually adopted by Corinne. So we decide to go and pay a visit to Rex's parents' graves. And Rex introduces Pyra to them. And now we can go back to Corinne's house, and now we can have a nice, hearty meal. And lots of stuff happens here. Corinne has a nice long chat with Pyra. Talks about marriage. Lots of romantic implications here, and oops, wrong. I'm supposed to swap these. And lots of romantic implications, and we really start to think about the relationship between our characters. But okay, after that that break, now we're gonna head over to the harbor so we can actually go to Indal. And there's this guy called Skyfish Remington here, but he's a bit blind, so he can't see us. So we can just dodge him by walking to the left here. He has some really strong attacks that can kill you, so I want to try to avoid him. Basically, somersault kick, which does like 2,000 plus damage and will deal extra damage if it hits you from the side. So basically, can one-shot you if you're unlucky.
Just do what we always do. Abby will show you her true power.
Now we got another fight with Zeke. I feel like we've seen this guy a lot. This is actually one of the more annoying fights because you kind of want to land a break. Because it's the fastest way to kill him, and if you don't get a break, you have to fish for the break. Because you won't have enough damage to kill him. Alright, nice. So once I get the break here or topple, it doesn't matter. I can just finish the fight here. If you don't have the break or topple, you're gonna deal a lot less damage. And chances are you're gonna need to try to fish for the break to try to get more damage in anyway. And so it's gonna lose you a lot of time if you don't get the break. Okay, but we managed to get the break there, so good fight. And it turns out Zeke was actually not a bad guy. Who would have thought? He was just testing us. Kind of like Vandam. But yeah, it turns out he's actually working for Indal.
Hey, look what I found.
And his purpose was actually to scout whether Rex was a worthy driver of the Aegis. So now that we got that settled, we can actually mute the Praetor. So yeah, Zeke planned on actually testing us the first time we met, but he has the worst luck, so he wasn't able to settle that the first time nor on the second time that we met. So good thing we finally are able to get things sorted out. But now that we're in Indal, there's actually a lot of running around to do. This place is huge, and for some reason they don't have a skip travel location at the Praetor's audience chamber, which is where we have, which is the place we actually have to visit a lot. So yeah, this chapter really is. This chapter has some of the longer downtimes. But like I said, it's a nice break from the first 4 chapters. It's gonna slow down for chapter 5 until the end, and then there's a gauntlet, and then it's gonna be a bit slow for chapter 6 as well. But then afterwards, it's pretty much just kind of like full steam ahead. Lots of fights, lots of yeah, lots of fights, basically. Chapter 6 and the start of chapter 7 will be the last real kind of long walking section. Well, I guess chapters 8, 9, and 10 have some walking as well, but it's the final dungeon, and the final dungeon is huge.
Where do we go from here?
Okay, so what happens is that we meet with the Praetor. His name is Amalthus. And then it turns out that he's actually the driver of Malos. So yeah, it turns out that Malos is an Aegis as well, and the Praetor Amalthus is actually the driver of Malos, and yeah, he wants us to stop Malos because Malos wants to destroy everything. And yeah, he's the owner of the blade that Grandpa Cole gave to us and told us to go and find the owner of the blade. He knows the way to Elysium, so the Praetor knows the way to Elysium. Because he's been there before, that's how he was able to get the core crystals. To summon Malos. And while we were talking to Amalthus, Rex suddenly gets like visions of Malos appearing on top of Amalthus. But he's probably just tired from his long journey. Probably doesn't mean anything bad. It's not like Amalthus. Amalthus is probably not a bad guy. And while we're here, we actually find out that there's this place called Temperentia, which is another Titan. And there's some experiments being conducted there.
So, shall we?
Basically a weapon there got unleashed, and we're not sure who is piloting the weapon, so we have to go there and check it out. But TLDR, like, bad stuff is happening somewhere else, and we want to check that. I'm gonna do another zombie hover here. And this is very important because it's going to give us access to some very strong core chips. Before that, we're going to get the beta scope here. The beta scope is a very important piece of equipment because it decreases enemy break resistance by 25% flat. So it's just going to give us a lot more chances to break enemies, and some of the upcoming enemies have very high break resist, so you're going to need all the help you can get. And yeah, the reason why we want Zombie Hover here is because there's a cutscene later which triggers the Death Plane in that branch, and once you trigger that Death Plane, it spawns a lot of very strong monsters, including a unique monster that can aggro you through your disable enemy aggression. So unique monsters and salvage monsters can still aggro you. So by using Zombie Hover, we can bypass that cutscene, so we don't trigger the Death Plane, so we can actually go and get some very strong star chips, some very strong core chips, without having to worry about being killed off by strong enemies. I'm gonna swap back to Dromark here after the cutscene triggers so we can tag Overlook Hill.
Hey, look what I found!
Congratulations.
Alright, so you want to go there. You want to go to this Leaning Tower of Pisa, or Doric, as it's called. Because tagging, it's a location. Tagging locations gives you more XP and SP. And the next kind of big threshold that we need to hit is an XP threshold. So we want to be level 49 later. Quite some time later, it's not now. At the end, at the start of, somewhere at the start of chapter 7, you need to be level 49. 48 is fine too, but 49 is ideal. So our Merc mission actually came back, so we can actually go and get that Hunter's Chemistry now. We're not going to use it immediately, of course, because we haven't refined it yet. I'm going to start overdrive some blades around. I'm going to give my Earth Blades to Deep. I'm going to leave one on Rex. I'm gonna swap some blades around to Morag. What are my wind blades? And where's Adenine? I want to give her to Nia. It should be fine. Oh, I forgot about the leaping blade. It's Talos. Talos, where are you? I'm gonna get that in Morag as well. This is just a setup for my menus later. So I want to give Corbin and where's my Earth Blade? Here, and then I give the 2 Earth Blades to Zeke. So this will set me up to be able to open the chest, which gives us the Shining Star Chips. Shining Star Chips are considered endgame Star Chips. They're really, really strong, because Temperentia is supposed to be an endgame area. But by using the Zombie Hover, we can actually access... well, we can come back later, actually, but we really want the Shining Star Chips now, just so we can have them for the Gauntlet later. And it just so happens that using the Zombie Hover does give us... does remove all the monsters here. In the past, you had to use Tora to sneak past one of the unique monsters here. And he actually has a really nice voice line when he opens boxes. It goes, what is inside box? Sweets or treats or socks? But yeah, that's one of the bad things about this round. You don't get to hear that anymore. Okay, but here we get the Shining Star Chips. It's supposed to be free, so yeah, there's our free Shining Star Chips. You can work back to Overlook Hill. Now we're gonna do yet another very big menu before the upcoming gauntlet.
Where do we go from here?
Gonna check Crosshead's chart first. Unlock all those skills. Gathering Sparks level 4 as well, and give her the Shining Star Chip. And we're gonna give the remaining 2 to Corvin and Bridget. So we want to give it to Bridget because that's gonna increase her tanking abilities a lot by giving her a lot more damage. And we're not going to be using Tora too much anymore. We're going to use Morak because she has a lot more utility. I want to leave only Pyro and Rex because she's the only useful one
This is the culmination of years of training.
for the upcoming fights. Corvin's not going to be too useful for the upcoming fights.
That wraps that up nicely.
Teach some skills to Morak.
Wraps that up nicely.
Teach some skills to Rex. I get Archchain on Morak and Rex as well. And unlock a few extra skills that let Morak charge up her specials a lot faster.
That takes care of that.
Where's my beta scope? This, and I'm gonna give her Nurse Repair Jelly just so she gets her
Delicious.
arts a
I'll
lot
have to write
quicker,
this down.
and in turn lets her build up her specials. So Morak's gonna be the third driver, main party member from now on, replacing Tora for the most part. And she's useful because she has a break art, and she also has Bridget, who's fire element, so very useful for comboing. And now we're going to dive into the gauntlet. The first fight is against the power lines. There's a core here, but you want to ignore it because it infinitely regens HP as long as the power lines are alive. The strat here is you want to build up to about you want to build up to your you want to do a burnout on Crosshead's tier 4 with around 3 potions. So once I'm done, I get one tier 1. No, I got Shackle. Oh my gosh, that's so unlucky. That was a really early Shackle.
Keep going. I'm all out of juice.
Oh my god, that was so unlucky. Ah. Okay, now this is annoying because I'm gonna have to equip Brock onto Rex now so I can jump down. That was really unlucky.
The wind is my mate.
It used a very early Razor Threat, which shackles Oreo Blades. Okay, we'll do the fight again. We'll leave Every on the core, otherwise it will use Razor Threat very quickly.
It won't be that easy. Maybe you should stay down. Nah, I can keep going. It didn't connect. It won't be that easy. Sure, you have
My first potion here.
Yeah! Rolling smash! It won't be that easy. Much appreciated. Sure. It's like we're in perfect. Always will.
It's kind of annoying. Okay.
Wing smash. See you on the other side. Indeed.
Okay, there we go. Should be fine this time. Alright. Fine. If you don't kill, the DOT will kill it. There's a DOT effect from burnout as well. Now we got a fight against Jin. First time we fight Jin, actually. I'm gonna build up your potions and wait for him to use Skyward Slash. You really want to avoid Skyward Slash because it will drop your blade affinity of Crosshead and basically prevent you from using nice. It basically prevent you from using your tier 4 But once I get my burnout here, I'm able to get him on the break here. So it was a very good fight. And you can see the power of our Shining Star chips. Our damage has gone up by so much. And now easily have one of the most annoying fights in the run, the Asiamus core. Without the power lines this time, so it's not going to regenerate. You want to get a few potions, and the very annoying part is that the potions land really far away. That potion flipped into the wall, but I should have enough potions now. Alright, Rex, I really need to go back to Pyra. There we go. I'll try to fish for a break. Okay, it's using Razor Thread, so I really want to go into my tier 4 now. I wonder if it will kill. Okay, no, I'm gonna chain here. Because this guy is very annoying to kill. He likes to interrupt you. It can blow you down. It can shackle you. So I'm just gonna take the safe method, and chain him. We don't actually need the extra XP in this fight. It doesn't even give that much. With like very little XP and SP actually. This is pretty much inconsequential. We just want to chain him to kill it. Alright. Don't mind that cutscene just now. Hayes was just not Hayes. Van Lenorn was just feeling a bit tired and decided to take a nap. Okay, but it's chapter 5. Now we're in chapter 6. So basically what happens here is that tensions between Moradin and Uriah have escalated a lot, and the two nations are on the verge of going into war. So what's going to happen is that Nile, the Emperor of Moradin, as well as Queen Rakura, I believe that's her name, who is the Queen of Uriah, are going to have a summit. And it's going to be held in Indal, because Indal is supposed to be an impartial nation. And so, yeah, we're just going to prepare for that. In fact, we're talking here, but it's going to be another talk later in one of the ships. And notice what I'm doing here. I'm removing Rex from the party. This is actually more optimal because in this chapter you're going to have to talk to quite a few NPCs, and either Rex or Nia can respond to them. If Rex is the one that responds to them, he will lose you quite a bit of time per NPC. Because he has to walk up to them first before he can engage with them. So removing Rex from the party decreases the variance of that happening. Decreases the variance of that. But yeah, the start of this chapter is basically just somewhere running around and doing some story quests. And yeah, I don't know how many times we've been to the audience chamber by now, but it's been a lot, and I really wish they chose to put a skip travel location there, because it's so annoying to have to run back here. But I guess we get to hear more of the nice music, so it's not a big downside. But I much prefer the Indol night theme to the day theme. One of the few night themes that I prefer, actually. I tend to enjoy the day themes a lot more. Now we can go back to Great Creation Cloister to take a nap, because we're tired.
And where you?
I wonder where Hayes is. She's oh, not Hayes. Fan Lenorn. I wonder where Fan Lenorn is. She doesn't seem to be around here. Okay, I have another secret to tell you guys. Or you all. You guys and girls.
And where
Okay. The secret is that Jin actually killed Fan Lenorn. I'm so sorry. And yeah, there was a funeral held in remembrance of Fan Lenorn. And I believe it was Nier or somebody who mentions or remarks that fans... Why did I skip trouble there?
And where you?
Remarks that Fan's core crystal looks a bit funny. Basically, when a blade... when blades die, they return to their... Return to the core crystals. Yeah, but Fan Lenorn for some reason doesn't go back to her core crystal. And also, half of her core crystals needs to be missing. Wonder what happened there. It's not because of Jin. Jin didn't do anything to her core crystal. Okay, but now we have to run around and talk to some of the PCs to... Basically, we're gonna go around, gather information, because we heard that there's gonna be an assassination plot. Somebody wants to kill the leaders and incite war. So we're gonna get to the bottom of that, and we're gonna play detective, going around and inquiring people. And then at the end there's gonna be a quiz, but because we're speedrunners, we already know the answers. So you want to do things in that order. Notice how I skip travel to the wharf right after tagging it, because it's faster than running from one end to the other end. Now we can admire how strange a lot of these names are. Seocan. I think this one, Fionkas. Fionkas. And this guy is called Runatio. Runatio. Was that lady? Might have been the lady. Didn't notice.
And where you? The adventure continues.
This one's called Patitsk, I remember. Alright, that's the end. So now we can go to the end here, and then we can do the quiz. The answer is 2311. Wait, I'm supposed to skip this cutscene. You can match through the text boxes on the first two questions. And then you want to skip this one and the last one. I think there are actually two correct answers for the last one. You can pick the Turken or refugees, but refugees is one input less. So we do that. Now we can craft the second Hunter's Chemistry. Oh, it's not that one. And it turns out that they're gonna try to poison the food. So we're gonna go in there and sort things out. For that, we're gonna put Rex and Tora back into our party. Morak's not here with us right now. Yeah, we're gonna put the water blade. Where's my water?
Hey.
Oh, that's not water katana. There we go. There's water katana and Corvin. swap Mifra because she's a lot more useful. I'm gonna put the Hunter's Chemistry and the critical up for Corbin. And we put a critical up here because it's the last time we go into the Ox Course menu. And we're gonna want Corbin's critical rate to be as high as possible because later on is gonna be important to get for Corbin to crit, because every time you crit you get special gauge, and later on it's gonna be important to get special gauge. I'll explain them when we get there. So this is a rehash of the Jailer Turkin's fight. Just want to get some nice AoE. These guys are a lot tankier though, so good thing we have the Shining Star chips. Okay, these guys are not lining up properly. Alright, that was a bit slow because I didn't get any meaningful AoE. They all decided to stand very far away from each other. And now we find out who's behind all of this. It turns out that the food wasn't poisoned, and in fact Bana was going to assassinate them. And now we get to fight Giga Rosa. It's the same as Rosa, except she has a giant G on her forehead, which makes her Giga. So this strat is the same as the one we used on Morag. We want to build up to max potions, and then we want to get... And we want to do a Volcano and Chain. Right, it should be good. Yeah, as you can see, she's gonna melt. And this is the last, or not the last, but this chain attack is very important for XP, because this is gonna give us most of the levels that we need for to get our threshold later. And this is gonna be a very good overkill. I can already see it. And notice I'm using Corvin and Poppy Alpha. This is because they have very slow specials, so I'm gonna get more overkill. 388%, that's very, very good. I'm pretty much guaranteed to have level 49 for later. Yeah, you can see the giant G on her forehead. So yeah, okay, so what happens there is that so Bana is going Bana sets Giga Rosa to detonate, and then Niall, the Emperor of Moradane, protects Queen Rokura with his life. So he dies, actually, and Morag is extremely devastated.
We're here.
Let's get going.
And then Nia tells Jormark to distract everyone, lead them away while she does some black magic. And when they come back, Niall's alive again! Oh my god, what happened? What kind of powers does Nia have?
Looks like it'll be something good.
She's no ordinary human, that's for sure. It's like, it's almost as if she's not a human. Okay, so this is the only time we do salvaging in the entire run apart from Chapter 1 tutorial. And this is to unlock Ancient Wisdom on Jormark, because we're going to need three levels of Ancient Wisdom later. We get one from Corvin, one from Jormark, and then the last one you can get from either Perun or Aegeon. So Aegeon's Core Crystal you pick up because technically Niall died, so Aegeon returned to his Core Crystal. Aegeon's Niall's Blade. And he gives it to Morag because he feels that Morag's a better user of Aegeon. And Aegeon also comes with Ancient Wisdom, so to awaken Aegeon you have to get into 22 battles. So you have to throw rocks at quite a few enemies, and on top of that, you also have to pull a Gion later. So it's actually quite a lot. But it's not as much time loss as not getting Boreas, but it's still pretty significant. So getting Perun definitely is nice. You don't have to trouble yourself with getting a Gion, because once you pull a Gion, you also have to get bugs, collectibles, to get Ancient Wisdom. And yeah, that takes a bit of time, so fortunately we can skip that. If I didn't have Burden, I'll be throwing rocks at like every enemy I can see right now. Well, not every enemy, but every time I'm not engaged in battle anymore, I'll be looking for enemies to engage in battle. You want to make sure that you enter and you engage and disengage. So make sure the enemy stops aggroing you before you throw a rock at another enemy, otherwise it doesn't count. Because it counts the number of times you get in and out of a battle. Yeah, but now we're here in Tantal, actually. Basically, after the incident at Indal, we decided to pay a visit to Tantal, which is actually where Zeke is from. And because it's because the king of Tantal is supposed to be a descendant of the late hero Adam, who fought in the Aegis War 500 years ago and was the original wielder of the Aegis, Mithra. So we're here to see if the king of Tantal has anything to share with us. And also, Tantal is some of the best music as well. I especially love the day theme in Theascaldia, the capital of Tantal, which is where we're headed right now. But Tantal day theme is just a banger as well. Okay, I hope we get to the good part. I don't think we will. The good part of this theme. It's when the chorus starts to sing. Everybody in the chorus starts to sing. It's really, really good. I love it. But yeah, we don't get to hear that. We only get to hear the night theme now.
Evening is upon us.
Wait, do we get to hear the theme? Okay, no, we don't. Okay, you want to come here and buy a Lodronite chip for Mithra. This is the chip with the highest crit rate out of all the chips that we can get so far. And we want to give it to Mithra because it's pretty important that she has a high critical ratio. Like I said just now, every time you crit you get party gauge, and there's going to be a mechanic later which is dependent on how much party gauge we have. Essentially, we need to have full party gauge before we can use it. So it's going to be very important later to get that quickly. Especially in a lot of fights where you start with 0 party gauge. Okay, so we're here to talk to the king, but he imprisons us. So I wonder what's happening here. He actually wants to destroy the Aegis because he knows the Aegis is so powerful, and her existence can only lead to bad things, so he wants to destroy the Aegis. But obviously we're not going to let him do that, so we're going to go and rescue Pyra. And yeah, all the guards here are out to get us. Nice thing about all these guards is that they actually auto-aggro you, which adds to your Aegeon count if you need to pull them. And this is also where the colorful feather we put on Morak is very useful, because she takes all the aggro from the battles here. And these knights actually do a lot of damage. And as you can see, Morak's like almost dead now. She might die here. Okay, she doesn't. We got to the cutscene before that. Yeah, but sometimes she can actually die. So just be glad it's not Nina.
Great, they caught us off guard.
Alright, so we got the Tantalese Knights here. We're actually gonna... Oh, I got a very fast cutscene. Sometimes this load can take like 10 seconds. Okay, now we fight all these knights. The annoying thing about these guys is that they get evasion when they enrage. Oh, I didn't get much AoE there.
We shall not lose!
Oh, I got some nice AoE there.
It didn't connect. Draw the enemy's attention.
Alright, that was not the fastest, but it was fine. Okay, now Ophion, not Ophion, Genbu, the Tantalese Titan, starts to dive headfirst into the center of Alres, and basically is gonna kill itself and everything inside it. So we have to put a stop to that. Before that, I'm gonna make a safety save because this upcoming zombie hover can also crash the game. Alright, there we go.
So, shall
Basically, if you get your timing right, you should never ever crash the game, but I'm just saving just in case I mess thing up. But yeah, to stop Genbu from destroying everything, we want to get the Omega Feather, which is a device situated in its head. So we're visiting the head right now. And the Omega Feather, apart from being the control center for Ophion, like it's like a remote control for, not for Ophion, for Genbu. Well, actually it is for Ophion as well. So that's the reason why we want to go there, because not only do we need to stop Genbu from killing everyone, but we also want to tinker with the Omega Feather because it's gonna disable Ophion and allow us to get to the World Tree.
A new locale.
Oops. I'm so sorry, I'm like super thirsty. Because I've been talking so much. Oh yeah, I should be able to drink here because I can just auto run. Okay, this upcoming fight's actually one of the hardest fights in the run. And surprise, surprise, there's echoes again. I seem to be noticing a theme here. But it's known as a trio fight, and as you might expect, there are 3 people in the fight: Pachoka, Mikhail, and Akos. And this fight can be very annoying because we're gonna do the same strat as we did on Pachoka and Mikhail, except this time there are 3 targets that we want to kill. Getting 2 of them is usually good enough, but 3 of course 3 is ideal. And Pachoka and Akos can both make things really difficult for you. Pachoka can use Dragonfly Slash, which drops your affinity, makes it impossible to use your tier 4s. And tier 3 just doesn't do that much damage. Akos can also shackle your blades, makes it impossible for you to use tier 4s, and once something bad happens, things just really start spiraling out of control. So you really want to avoid getting shackled, getting your affinity dropped and everything. So you want to make sure you pay attention to your positioning as well.
Draw the enemy's attention.
You want to get potions and then we build up to about tier 2. And you want to have Morak. And once... Oh, this is awesome. Okay, awesome. So usually I'll use the tier 4, but sometimes you can use a tier 3 instead, especially if you have a break, you can use the tier 3 instead.
Never took you for a.
Oh, let's go! I actually got all 3 of them! I totally didn't expect that. I just saw that Akos was beside Mikhail, so I was just content with getting Akos, but actually Patroko was close enough. Oh, let's go. Okay, the annoying part is I don't have chain for this fight. The fastest way to clear this fight is actually to get your chain, and then you chain him immediately. So now I have to wait for him to Heavenly Disrupt Morak.
The enemy's attention.
Time to burn.
Forgive me. Sure.
Give us a toughest. Let me do it.
Yeah, I think that should be fine. No, it's not.
Empty moment. Ha! Pyro.
I can't let this go on any longer.
I've got it well in hand.
Okay, this should be enough.
We can do way better.
Hey, there we go. Yeah, the fastest way, as you can see, Jin is so annoying to fight. Even though in this fight you only have to get him down to 75% HP, but he has so many evasion arts that it's so annoying and it's so hard to even land a hit on him. And he can also Skyward Slash and drop your affinity and drop your damage by a lot. The main thing you want to look out for if you have to do a backup is that you want to let Morak die first, because he's gonna open with Empty Moment in the end into Heavenly Disrupt, which is an instant kill. So you want to make sure Morak takes that first, and then you can try to whittle him down from there. Okay, so now we're in chapter 7. Immediately after the first cutscene, you want to attack Anastasius for more XP later, bonus XP.
We're here. What we up to next?
Because right after the next dungeon is going to be when our next XP threshold will be. But like I said, I think we're doing pretty good right now. Because we got a very nice overkill on Rosa. Giga Rosa, sorry. Had a big G on the forehead. But yeah, so the King of Tantal... the King of Tantal's like, okay, I might know a way to help you. So basically, there are actually 3 forms of the Aegis, not 2, not just Pirate Mifra. There's actually a 3rd form of the Aegis, or a 3rd sword of the Aegis. And this sword is situated in the Spirit Crucible Elpis, which is in the Leftherian Archipelago outside Fonset. So now we're going to be headed there to hopefully find some answers. Because right after the trio fight, Pyro actually gets kidnapped
When did it get so late?
by Jin.
Watch your step.
What happens is that we put a stop to the trio. The trio tries to stop us. We put a stop to the trio, but then Jin comes in and then he puts a stop to us. And then it turns out that Jin's actually super powerful blade with the ability to control all elemental particles. And then he starts zipping around at the speed of light and destroying everyone. And then he kidnaps Pyra, and now we have to bring her back. So that's why we are here in Spirit Crucible Alpus. Definitely in your casual playthrough, probably one of the most annoying places to go to be in. Because essentially the gimmick with Spirit Crucible Alpus is that in here, none of your blades can reach max affinity, and none of your blades can go past a tier 1 special. So you're locked to tier 1 special. The only exception is Tora, because the ether in here is so dense that blades just cannot function properly. But because Poppy is an artificial blade, she's not bound by such constraints. Oops, I ran into the torch there. And yeah, you want to continue aggroing monsters if you still need a Geon, because at the end of this dungeon, there are 2 field skill checks. There's one which is Fire Mastery 3 and Wind Mastery 2, and another one which is Ancient Wisdom 3 and Kenai 2. So that's where you need your Fire Blades and your Ancient Wisdom Kenai for. But we actually have all those blades already, so we shouldn't have to worry about them. So what I'm gonna do later is I have Adenine on Nia, which I overdrive to her just now. That's gonna be 1 wind and Kenai. And then I'm gonna put another and I'm gonna put a fire on Nia. And then I'm gonna put a fire and wind on Rex. So that gives me all the fire mastery and wind mastery I need, because I get 1 more fire mastery from Bridget. And then for Ancient Wisdom, I have Perun on Morak, Corvin on Rex, and Jomart, which I have to check the chart later. And yeah, that's all for Spirit Crucible Alpus. And then in the meantime, I'm also going to put the upper wind blades and leaping blade on Morai, because I'm going to need them for later in the next dungeon. Yeah, Spirit Crucible Alpus is also one of the on top of being very annoying to do battles in, it's also one of the most annoying places to navigate, because there's just a lot of twists and turns, and it can be very hard to know where you're supposed to go. And nice little tidbit of information, actually. Notice the music here is actually the same as the ship which we boarded in Chapter 1. The Maelstrom, where we talked to Malos and Jin for the first time. Well, not the first time, but outside of cutscenes. The first time outside of cutscenes. So it's a nice kind of circle kind of closing, because we didn't know then that Rex was going to be such an important character, and now we're here back in the Leftherian Archipelago, trying to find the last sword of the Aegis. And basically what we found out is that Rex is actually a descendant of the hero Adam. And it turns out that the king of Tantal was actually not of royal descent, or not of the... didn't actually descend from Adam, because they actually the family actually usurped the throne. So Adam's descendants are actually few and far between. Rex is one of them, which is why Jin and Malos needed them to unlock, needed Rex to unlock the door on the ship to get Pyra. And also the battle theme in this dungeon is the same as the battle theme as the monsters on the Ancient Vessel. But of course we never got to hear the battle theme on the Ancient Vessel, because we never fought any monsters there. And also because we just skipped the entire Ancient Vessel with the clip anyway. I totally glossed over the Tantal descent, so I did the zombie hover. That was actually something that was only made possible with zombie hover. Basically, it saves you like 4 minutes of running down Tantal. So instead, now you can just do a zombie hover and fall all the way down. And in fact, there's actually a zombie hover you can do here as well, but it's very inconsistent. And if you fail it, it's very bad. It loses you like a lot of time. So there's another method which you can do to descend onto the Cenotaph Bridge here. So right after this cutscene, I'm gonna go to the right here where there's a... I'm gonna drop... Oh! I'm gonna drop down here, and then there's a ladder which I can grab onto. There we go. And then I can jump down onto the Cenotaph Bridge here.
Hey, look what I found! Congratulations, guys!
And I believe this is kind of like the same, the Cenotaph Bridge here. It's kind of like the same crest that was on the Ancient Vessel ship or something like that. Basically, only descendants of Adam can go through here. Otherwise, anyone who walks through that
Hey,
that
look what I
that
found.
that path will die
Guys?
because of all the spikes there. And this is where you want to make sure you have a Geon, because in the next room you're gonna need a Geon. And then you also need to pick up bugs from the collection spots in the next room to unlock Ancient Wisdom. But we don't have to do any of those because we got a rune. So I'm actually gonna do the menu like right now, I guess. So I'm going to check Dromark's chart first. This is gonna give me Ancient Wisdom.
I feel like
I'm gonna give Adenine, and I'm gonna give the Fire Blade.
okay.
You get a Wind Blade and also a Fire Blade, and then you get Perun, and Talos is fine.
Everything for you.
Talos is not needed for now, it's just for later. There's a unique monster here which you want to avoid by going to the side and hugging the wall. If you're picking up bugs for a Geon, you really have to hug the wall, otherwise you're gonna run into it and it loses you like a minute.
What you think?
It's like 50 seconds to a minute. And yeah, notice how I set up my party in a way that I don't have to do any menuing in between. I can just do one menu and be good for both field skill checks, and I do another menu after this, and I'm good for all the field skill checks in the next dungeon. Okay, so I'm gonna do one more menu here just to re-equip my blades, but I'm also going to swap Rex for Tora. There's gonna be a good reason for that. I'm gonna put Corset and Wolfric back, and then I'm gonna give 2 Wind Blades to Rex, and then Morak doesn't need Perun anymore. I'm gonna give her the Wind Blade. It's gonna set up my party for the next dungeon. All the field skill checks there, so I don't have to do any extra menuing. And the reason why I want to remove Tora from the party is because Rex actually does too much damage with Corvin, because he has Corvin so strong. Corvin's so strong. And yeah, this next fight is one of the more annoying fights in this run, because it's going to be against 4 Phantasms. And when they're at a certain threshold, I believe it's like under 30% or under 25% or something, they use a skill called Multus, which not only gives them guaranteed evasion so that you can't hit them or kill them, but it also creates 2 more copies of themselves, and those copies can also use Multus. So things can just spiral out of control if you're not able to kill them. The strat is to pick them off ideally 1 by 1 with as little AoE as possible with cross-set. And you want your other party members to be dealing as little damage as possible. So I like having Rex not in the party for this. I like having Tora over Rex. More I can keep in the party, she doesn't deal quite as much damage, and she also breaks the Phantasms, which gives Crossset a lot more damage. So we're gonna try to hopefully make it past this fight with as few Multus as possible. I'm gonna start off with a potion art on this Phantasm. I get 2, which is nice. Just gonna make sure I get a good hit start. Alright. Okay, I should be able to kill this one here. And that's good, they're all standing very far away from each other, which is ideal. So I don't get the AoE. Oh, this is bad. Can you please... Okay, nice. Awesome. Died before he got to use Multus. So that was a very clean Phantasms fight. And after this, you get one of the best lines in the game. Basically, the phantasms were about to kill Nia or something. And then Rex saves her. And then Nia sees Rex is so determined, and she confesses her love to Rex. She says, Rex, because of you, I'm no longer afraid to show who I am. And then she reveals to everyone that she's actually a blade. And then she says, Rex, I love you. And Rex says, Nia, I love you too. I love you. And all you guys. Oh my god. It's like the worst friend zone in all of gaming history. I swear. Such a sad but hilarious moment. Okay, anyway, my XP is really good here.
Still getting strong.
Oh, oops, not Zeke. No one level everyone up. Level the main party up. You can leave Zeke and Tora, like, at the lowest level.
I'm getting better.
And you want to set your, you want to be level 49 here because it essentially guarantees that Nia's gonna hit level 51 in level, in chapter 8, and that's very important because up till now, we haven't had to bother this, but enemies actually gain extra break resistance when you are 10 levels or more. When you are more than 10 levels lower than them. So one of the upcoming 10 levels or more, yeah. So one of the upcoming bosses in chapter 8 has very high break resistance and it's level 62. So you want to be level 51 with Nia. $62 minus. No, it's level 60. Sorry, I can't count. It's like 4 AM in the morning, I can't count. It's level 60, so basically if you're level 50 and below, it would be very difficult to break the boss. So you want to be level 51, ideally going into that fight. And that's also why we bought the Zero Battle Horse, because we're going to give it to Rex. He's going to be the one that's going to be finishing the fights in this chapter. And essentially with the Zero Battle Course from level 49, it guarantees that you always hit level 51 at the end of this chapter without having to get any joint combo finishes or fusion kills. That's another name for it. If you're level 48, the Zero Battle Course actually guarantees that you can get, not guarantees, it actually allows you to get level 51 as well, as long as you get a joint combo finish / blade combo. They're just like interchangeable names. But yeah, if you didn't have the Zero Battle Course, you definitely need to be level 49 here, unless you want to take a gamble with raking later. And if you're level 49 without the Zero Battle Course, you need a fusion kill in order to get enough XP to get to level 51. So that's why I really like the Zero Battle Course. You know, it's a bit of extra menuing, but it really gives me so much assurance and safety when it comes to my XP route. I really enjoy using the Zero Battle Course.
Happy to.
And this field skill check here is where you need free wind mastery. That's why I put a wind blade in Morak. Otherwise, I would have had to do one extra menu, which is very, very slow. Menus in this game are actually very slow. Like, it's very slow to not only open the menu and close the menu, and like, but the inputs just like have a lot of lag and delay. And so while I was in the overdrive menu earlier, I just made sure to overdrive all the necessary blades so I can make the menus as smooth as possible. I like doing it this way. So we actually got a pouch expansion kit from Giga Rosa just now, but we haven't used it up to now because we didn't need it. But for this upcoming fight, we really want to have the Love Beyond the Clouds pouch item, which we bought in Moradane. This is not only going to give Rex more blade combo damage, but also increases base affinity, allowing him to hit max affinity very quickly. Okay, so...
That takes care of that.
I'm gonna give mutual happiness to Nia. Oh, hold on, okay. Fine, I'll just do this first.
Not bad.
No, she doesn't need this. I forgot to do this. Okay, I have to swap Rex back in. And then engage blades. I only want Corvin on Rex right now. And accessories, I give the Boxer Van Races and the Zero Battle Course. And then I expand the pouch and give him Love Beyond the Clouds. So the Boxer Van Braces, we bought some accessories just now, okay? So the Boxer Van Braces increases damage dealt to higher level enemies by 30%. And all the enemies upcoming are going to be higher level than us, so it's just 3 extra damage. The Male Loincloth and Charming Swimsuit are items you can give to drivers. It increases their damage by 50% if the equipped blades of an opposite gender.
A new locale.
Okay, so this is one of the... This is also kind of an annoying fight, but usually it's fine. Mainly you just... You want to... You want to avoid putting him too low, which would put him into a threshold where he can use Monado armor. It's a skill which makes him... gives him like a 90% damage reduction. And basically just slows your fight down by a lot. Oh my god, I used Monado armor. Because I got too much damage in. It's probably because of the break as well. I wonder if we can kill this with Nuclear Blast. But yeah, the strat normally, once if he doesn't have Monado armor, this will kill him. It wasn't too bad. This Monado Eater is gonna decrease all blade affinity. Okay, it should be fine. Okay, this should kill him. That was a bit unfortunate because basically I think the break actually made me deal too much damage to him. He actually has very high break resist, so he's not that likely to get broken. But yeah, normally how the fight's supposed to go is that you're supposed to use a tier 1 with Bridget, tier 4 Crosshead immediately into your Nuclear Blast with Corvin. And that would with one potion that would kill Mallows. Or kill him for the time being.
I don't fancy being next on the list.
But you know Mallows, he's as tenacious as a cockroach. So... Not sure if we'll see him again, but probably will. But certainly won't see him so soon. After all, after that fight, Nia used her blade powers to essentially weaponize cancer and make all of Mallows' cells implode, so we have very good reason to believe that he's dead right now, or very close to death.
Truly, all rest is a
Okay, so now I want to remove all the blades from Bridget. This is actually to set up for the next chapter. If you don't remove the other blades now, when she joins your party again later, she's not gonna have Bridget. And it's much better to have Bridget because Bridget's a fire blade which you can use for combos. So here is Mallows again. Oh no. Why is it always you? Okay, but anyway, this is a new strat that we do now. Essentially, you want to build up your chain as quickly as possible. Oh, there we go. Once you have your chain up, just immediately chain. Don't even think about it.
Remember to follow me up.
Did I get hit by Skyward Slash? Okay, looks like I'm fine.
Now.
Over to you, Rex.
Most of the times, Corvin should be able to get him. Oh, no.
It's up to you, more.
Please. Please just get him.
Heat. Hey.
Magnificent. Finish.
Let this be a lesson.
No, please get him. Please, please, please. Please get him.
I can't believe it.
Oh, okay, he died from the DOT. Awesome. That was very annoying because,
Fine. We'll
Wait.
get 'em yet.
oh my god, you're kidding me. Ah, so annoying.
And we're you.
That's not how the fight should have gone.
Sure continues.
You know what, I'm just gonna open the door next time. The annoying thing is if you die to that fight, you have to open the door. Now I don't have my chain anymore. Okay, so I have to do the old strat. Okay, you can see the old strat. It's annoying because we switched to this strat because it's
You're nothing but a gawker.
not only is it faster, but the old strat also depended on your characters getting their specials up in time.
Skyward slash.
Time to defend.
Weakness. Now I missed. Ultra slash. No,
My dead body.
Take him out.
Yes.
Ha!
It won't be that easy.
Magnificent. Take advantage of the weakness. Ultra slash.
Alright, he didn't use armor, so we should be good here.
Blade combo. Third stage.
Yeah, but the reason why this strat's slower is because Corvin's tier 3 is hella slow. Look at this. Well, it looks cool.
You're not half bad.
Alright, now you get access to Numa. Numa is the awakened form of the Aegis. And in this fight, she is very, very strong. And actually, in this fight, you're actually, it's impossible to die. Like, the game just doesn't let you die. You always live with 1 HP. So the strat here is to set up an AoE kill on both of them. And this is pretty easy to do because Numa automatically draws all aggro, so it's Jin's gonna be standing very close to you. I'm just gonna topple here to ensure that I get lots of damage in. I'm gonna use Diamond Mist here. I'm gonna use Steam Explosion. Diamond Mist actually does more damage. And it looks cooler. There we go. That's a nice phase 2. Okay, that is chapter 7. I'll explain what Numa is and what she does in a while. I'm gonna do a save and quit here. The reason is because from this point forward, there's a high chance that your game takes forever to load some of the cutscenes, which can lose you like quite a few minutes. So it's pretty worth it to do the save and quit here. Okay, but Numa. She's the final form of the Aegis. To use her, you have to have full party gauge and also have max affinity with Mithra or Pyra. So that's why you have the Hunter's Chemistry and Live Beyond the Clouds. It's raining here, I've never seen that before. Let me give the Mail Loincloth plus we won the extra damage. Oh yeah, here's a great donation incentive. but we don't have donations here. But basically here you can choose Pyra and Mithra. You know who I'm choosing, obviously. Let's go, Pyra. Okay, but Mithra, no, Numa is very, very strong because she gives your entire party guaranteed critical. She draws all aggro. She decreases enemy break resistance by 50%. She has a gargantuan 50% defense, damage reduction basically. And once per battle, she prevents Rex from dying. And she puts Rex back at 1 HP. No, half HP. Notice how I'm using Lightning Bolt here instead of Gamma Ray. It's because it's actually faster than Gamma Ray. Gamma Ray has a very, very slow animation. So yeah, Numa's gonna be is gonna be essential for all the upcoming fights. She comes with a very high base auto attack as well for our speedrunning purposes. And it's basically just like 1 minute of 1 minute where you can just go ham. And the theme for all the fights coming is to deal all your damage in that 1 minute window that Numa is active. Okay, so after rescuing Pyra and Mithra... Oh yeah. Basically what happened was that Malos and Jin were about to... Malos wanted to use Pyra to restore... because he was injured in the Aegis War 500 years ago fighting Mithra. He wanted to use Pyra to restore his own... to restore himself, basically. Okay, wait, here we got the Gudo Horde. Oh, this fight can be annoying sometimes because if you take too much damage, you can die. Oh. Might be a bit dangerous here. No, why did you do that?
Why not? The answer is obvious.
This is our
Hit it,
power.
no.
Okay.
Much obliged.
Oh, nice, I got the nice AoE.
Let's do this.
Yeah, basically you want to set up a Gamma Ray to use the AoE to kill as many of the Gudo as possible. I got a pretty good AoE there. Okay, but yeah, was trying to use Pyra and Mithra to restore himself, and then we come along and we rescue everyone, awaken Numa, and the fallout from that battle actually launches us all the way into the land of Moritha, which is where we are at now. This is a place where basically it's like the past civilization. You can see all these Gudos around. Those are just like the past life forms here. So our main goal is just to regroup with our party and get out of here right now. So this next section you're supposed to run around the womb into but we can actually do some parkouring. So let's do that because it looks cool. Oops. I failed parkouring. I'm gonna set it up like this. Oh, there we go. Easy. First try. Alright, next we got a fight against the Inferno Gudo. It's a two-phase fight, and first phase we're just gonna use Mithra, Numa. In the second phase we will use Crosshead again. because that's when we get the rest of our party back. And this is the fight that's very important to be level 51 on Nia, so she can break the Gudo very easily. Alright, notice I'm not going to Numa immediately. I'm waiting for the Gudo here to copy my element. That's because Numa always hits elemental weaknesses, which is an extra damage.
Why not? Skyward slash. Sword back. Rolling smash. Die. Anchor shot. Go for it. Die. A scout. Die.
If you don't let it copy your element, you might not kill the Gudo. You have to waste even more time trying to kill it. Alright, now we got the second phase. You start off with your potion art here, and then you're gonna get at least 2 potions. So that one's pretty nice, landed pretty close to me. Yeah, I kind of want one more potion. There we go. Well, one more break here. Nice. So I'm just gonna wait for a burnout to go up here. Immediately go into this. It copies my element. If it copies light element, that's really good because it's gonna take a lot more damage now. So I'm probably gonna put it very close to dying. Okay, I'm gonna do a different strat here. Instead of using cross set, I'm gonna go Dromark. This is gonna speed up my chain by a lot. Not only does Dromark have some of the fastest specials in the game, this is actually gonna break the orb earlier. And this is gonna make the chain a bit faster because it's gonna skip Bridget's round 2. And I'm gonna get all the overkill that I need just from Numa. Because I'm gonna get my entire chain on this break here, which is gonna give me so much more damage and overkill. And yeah, this XP and SP is gonna be enough to last me the entire run. The next XP threshold is to be levels 59 or 60 for the next in that we take, ideally 60. And with the overkill that I got, I'm very confident that I'll be able to get level 60. Alright, so after the Godo fight, it's finally time to actually go into the World Tree. Like, woohoo, finally we made it. And yeah, this is the final dungeon in the game. And it spans 3 chapters. It is a humongous place. And this is where you can really see that it starts to become a Xenoblade game. Not Xenoblade game, a Xeno game. Because once we enter the World Tree, we start to notice something strange. It's not a plant, it's actually just a tower. Lots of sci-fi elements here. Where's my... I forgot there's a cutscene here.
Hey, look what I found! Congratulations, guys!
And yeah, we're gonna begin ascending the World Tree. Lots of elevators here. You're just gonna remember that all of them are you exit to the front of where you came from, except for one. I believe it is the one after the next one. No, it's this one. It's the next one here.
Where we were going.
This is the only elevator that you exit from the where you came from.
And arrived.
And when in doubt, it's always go right afterwards. There's only one elevator where you go left, which is the last one in this lower area. Yeah, this is just a really cool place. Music here is great as well. And every time I reach the world tree, I just have like this really mixed emotions. Like I feel relieved that I'm finally getting a bit of a break from all of the action. But at the same time, I'm feeling a bit anxious because, you know, there's still some fights left in the run that can really mess you up. And if you're here most of the times, you're on decent pace, or you're on you are on potential PB pace and you can't afford to lose much time anymore. And there are some really big potential time losses coming up, including one very inconsistent clip. Okay, here you want to very slowly go through the crack there called nuclear dump skip. And now we're gonna do another menu. I'm gonna give Corvin to Morak. Swap Rex to the front slot. And we're gonna teach him a skill known as Drive to Win.
Nice one.
This is gonna give him extra party gauge every time he crits.
That's about that.
We're gonna have Wolfric and
I am at your
Dromark, and then Rock, and then
Pleased to meet
I
Corvin.
will do my best to prove my
Nope, not this. Boxer Van Braces in a charming swimsuit to give more damage. Okay, so like I said, party gauge is very important. That's why we give Drive to Win. There's actually a new strat that a runner named Anel came up with recently. We used to use another skill called Ultimate Relay, which increases your starting bonus damage ratio in the chain attack. But he found out that it's actually not needed. We used to use it just for the final boss, but it's actually not needed, and we can actually just use Drive to Win instead to get a few faster fights and also more consistent party gauge. And now that Rex is the master driver, now that he has awakened Pneuma, he's actually known as the master driver, and he's able to equip any blade from any character. So he's actually, up to now, we've been unable to unequip story blades like Dromark and Bridget. But with Rex's master driver ability, he's able to equip those blades. So we're able to remove Dromark from Nia now, and that's a really good thing because Dromark really has not much use for some of the upcoming fights. We would much rather just have Crossset, who we can, so we are guaranteed to be able to get fire combos off of Nia if we need to. And then after that, we put 2 attacker blades onto Rex. We put Wolfric also because he has the Hunter's Chemistry, and also Rock because he's an attacker blade that we always get. And I did mention this a bit, but I didn't really go too in-depth about it just now in Chapter 4. But basically, equipping attacker blades increases your damage. Every attacker blade you have equipped on you increases your damage dealt by 30%. So having 3 attacker blades, Mithra, Wolfric, and Rock, increases Rex's damage by 30%, and it's going to be very, very useful for extra damage. Speaking of extra damage, I give the Charming Swimsuit and Box of Embraces to Morak, who also has Corvin. So she's going to be able to get a lot of extra damage with Corvin And it's going to be helpful for later, 2 of the fights later, including the final boss. And remember what I said, you go right. When in doubt, go right. And yeah, this next elevator is the last one. That's the one that you go left. You exit to the left. Okay, so this next fight actually is a fight that we can't was sped up because now we have Drive to Win. Basically, by having Drive to Win, you build your party gauge so quickly that you we used to use 2 tier 2s with Mifra to get the party gauge to max, and then we use a Supernova with Numa. But now we have so much party gauge from Drive to Win that we only need 1 tier 2, so we can actually skip 1 level of the blade combo to accelerate the fight. Saves about 10 seconds if you get a good fight, I think. Or it could be more. And yeah, we're controlling Rex because he has access to Numa, who is very, very strong. Basically, we're not going to bother too much building potions of Crosshead. We're just going to use the sheer power of Numa to mow down a lot of these fights, bosses.
A new locale.
It's an adventurous life for me.
Alright, next fight. It's actually the last fight of the chapter, but it's not a boss fight. Well, I guess you can consider it a boss, but it's not really a boss fight. It's one of the odd fights. It's just kind of like, just kind of there. It's just because the game needed to give you a fight for the fight to end the chapter with. Okay, now I'm gonna wait for Nia to break. Okay, there we go. That should kill. Nice. And there's the final fight of the chapter. Chapter 8. Now we're into chapter 9, the second last chapter. It's gonna be a very quick last few chapters. Last 2 chapters. Okay, dude, watch this. Long cutscene, skip. Okay, long loading, then skip cutscene. Long loading. Very long loading. Okay, run for 5 seconds. Another cutscene! Yay! Also long load. Yeah, sometimes the game just sometimes doesn't really make sense the way they structured the cutscenes and everything. But there's actually just so much story to this game. The story is so deep and so engaging. I really, really recommend that you watch all the cutscenes and play through this game. And enjoy the storytelling and everything. It really is a superb game. You can run through the legs of this
New locale.
robot.
Adventurous life for me.
You gotta make sure you don't run out of this elevator because there's actually a gap in between, just above the door, and you can actually fall through if you're running straight. So you just want to wait a bit before you do that. Alright, so this is kind of like the calm before the storm. We have 2 fights upcoming, and before that fight we have the very infamous door clip. And you might be thinking, dude, why you want... You might be thinking, why you just want to clip through a door? And it's actually because to open a door, you need a ton of field skills. Like, I'm talking like, I don't know, like level 4 focus or something, and level 6 or something, 5 or 6 electric mastery, I don't know, it's a lot. Don't bother with it if you're doing a speedrun. Just try to get the door clip. It's by far the fastest and most efficient way to get through that door. But it's also one of the most frustrating clips because not only is it so far into the run, but it's also wildly inconsistent. A lot of runners would say it's probably like 50% skill and 50% luck. Just because there isn't a consistent setup for the door clip, you just roughly know where you're supposed to throw yourself in order to get a good chance of clipping through the door. So that's what I'm gonna do. Oh yeah, you can see Mikhail's Gundam there, Mikhail's giant mecha, Gurren Lagann. Oh. Fighting the Indoline Titan. Basically, at this point, it's revealed that Amalthus was a bad guy, like, haha, didn't see that coming. And it's revealed that the Malos's impulse to destroy everything is actually because of Amalthus. Basically, when you awaken the blade, it inherits some of the characteristics from the driver. And Amalthus is just a person that's full of hatred and full of a desire to destroy things, and that really influenced Malos, and that's the reason why we're fighting Malos. It's because of Amalthus. Okay, door clip time. I'm gonna run at this control panel a bit and jump into the corner of this door here. Oh, that was a good try. You can see Rex like kind of vibrated a bit. Means you got pretty close. Come on. It's fine. It's like I said, it's not very consistent, but you roughly just kind of know that you have to throw yourself here. Oh no! I clipped through, then I clipped right back out. What are you even doing? It's like I blinked for a moment and then I was in, and then I was out. There we go. See, that jump looked the same as all the other jumps. That's why the door clip is so inconsistent. Okay, but now we're through one of the hardest parts of the run, actually. Door clip. As you can imagine, this is a very big run killer. You can just lose a ton of time to it. Probably lost like 2 minutes there.
Hey, look what
On average, I lose like 1 minute maybe. But I've gotten like first try door clips before. It's super hype. I'd say a very good door clip, you lose like less than 30 seconds to it. Average is like 40 to 1 minute. Then lose like more than 2 minutes is pretty terrible. But you know, it does happen sometimes. Sometimes you can just lose like 4 or 5 minutes to door clip. Even the best of runners can struggle with door clip. There's absolutely no shame in being bad at door clip. Because everyone is, technically. Look at Rex dancing. Okay, right after this very, 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 very long ride up. We're gonna run through a corridor, and then right at the end we're gonna warp out to take an in before we go into the next 2 fights. Because you want to be higher level, if not, he's gonna shred your HP. Like, just absolutely tear through your defenses and your HP. That was earlier than I expected. I seem to remember the cutscene normally taking more time to pop up. Again, I'm just super thirsty because I've been commentating so much. This is very important. Make sure you warp out.
It's an adventurous life for me.
You don't want to go further because you're just going to trigger the cutscene and put you straight into the fight and then you die. And yeah, like I said, ideally we're at level 60 here in Nia.
Was I out for trouble?
Oops. So I'm gonna purposely put Rex at a lower level anyway, you can only go up to 59. Nia should be level 60, that's nice.
This, you know? Much stronger.
There is still much to learn.
You want Rex to be lower level because later on you're gonna have to fight your party members, and then you want him to be lower level so you can get the Voxer Van Brace's extra damage. You know, this cutscene with Pyra says she wants to go visit the grave, but no, we have to save the world.
Slept like a log, and I'm ready to face the day.
Okay, so this next fight is against Jin. It's the final time we're gonna fight Jin in this speedrun. Fought him a total of 3 times so far. And this time we're controlling Rex. So just the thing we have to do here is to get Numa as quickly as possible.
Put your best foot forward, Rex. Mind you don't fall out, Gramps. Ultra
I
slap.
no longer live in fear.
Yes. No one can stop us now. Sword
We can
back.
do it.
Rolling smash. Anchor shot. Ha! Go for it. Why not?
How could you ally with the mortals?
Everyone's getting psyched now.
This could have been over long ago.
Sword back. Anchor shot. Ha!
Decisive action.
Rolling smash.
Stunned swallow.
Oh no.
We pretty much won this.
There is a reason why I am Special Inquisitor.
Go for it.
Empty moment.
Okay, this should give me the last bit of
Let's give him the full treatment.
chain I need.
This is the Aegis's power.
So immediately just go into Supernova. You want to make sure you don't land your Numa specials into Jin's evasion arts. He has like 3 of those. You wanna go Gravity? This allows Corvin to follow up. A pretty strong Ray of Light. It's gonna chunk Jin by quite a lot, put him within striking distance of our next special. Okay, so I'm gonna time it just as his stun swallow is gonna finish.
Ultra slap.
I could have timed it a bit earlier just in case he did another evasion art, but I think this should be able to kill. If not, put him very close to dying. Okay, this should be able to kill. There we go. Yeah, Jin's just a fight that can go very wrong if you get unlucky and you hit your special goes into an evasion art. But upcoming we have one of the cooler strats in this fight. If you like golfing, you like this strat.
To take you down.
I think we can do
So we talked to Pyra. Hi Pyra.
The enemy's element is now.
Didn't connect.
It's one of the few fights we actually use Pyra in now.
Let's give him the full sword back. And hit it.
You wanna go into Pyra tier 1 immediately.
Why not? I can feel
And go into Numa as soon as possible. You want him to use a move known as a Guilty Road. Yep, nice. So he's going to use his auto attack here. And once he reaches his hand out, you want to use Nuclear Blast with Pneuma. And this is going to produce a blowdown effect and blow him down into the hole behind him. See you later, loser. And yeah, we call this hole-in-one strats or golfing. And it's by far the fastest way to kill a Malphite. If you're short on XP here, you want to chain him for more XP, otherwise you'll be short on levels for the final boss. And it's a bit poetic as well, the Malphite dying in the hole which he came out of. Finally, an end to... Honestly, I would probably consider... Yeah, he's one of the main villains of this game. Malus for sure, but Malphite is also one of the driving forces behind the evil in this game. If that makes sense, I have no idea what I was saying. He's one of the most evil dudes. Okay, that's what I meant to say. Now we have a long elevator ride up. And this is the fastest elevator here. I have no idea why all the other elevators were so slow. This one's really fast. And it turns out that this World Tree is actually a giant space station. And Xenoblade 1 fans would be very thrilled to watch the opening cutscene of this chapter. Hey, now we're here in space. And we can finally go to Elysium. Yay! You saw the first cutscene, or that cutscene in which Rex met Pyra. You can see that, you know, that Elysium's a lush, green Eden, full of space for people to thrive, lots of resources. Yeah, Elysium's a great place. Yeah, before that I'm gonna have to swap some blades around. Gonna put Bridget in the first slot. Oops. And then I'm going to put Corvin over Rock.
Okay, where are we off to?
Is this Corvin? Do I have Corvin on? Okay, there we go. Yeah, you really want to make sure that you don't have Rock in your party and you have Corvin. It's for the upcoming fights later. Oh no, Elysium. Turns out it's actually Moradane. Moradane was the Elysium all along. No, Rex might not get the... I should have put Rex on level 58 actually. He might not get the Box of Embraces boost for Morak. But essentially, the next the next fights are a series of it's a gauntlet, a series of fights against our own teammates. It's gonna be against Nia and then Morak and then both Zeke and Tora together. And then now that we're in Elysium, we're going to look for the Architect, who is the god figure of this game. And we're gonna seek some answers, and then we're gonna go and stop Malus, who is trying to destroy the entire world. Because that's what evil villains do, they destroy the entire world. Yeah, so it turns out that Elysium is actually a barren wasteland. The Architect tried to harness the power of the conduit, which is like a giant cross thingy majigger. And it turns out that that cost them pretty bad. Some stuff went wrong, and basically a lot of stuff got destroyed. And Architect basically created All Rest. And after that. Created blades and people. Okay, here's the gauntlet. And this is why we want Wolfric, because now we have Concer's chemistry on both Wolfric and Corvin. It's gonna give us our gold affinity very quickly.
Let's show them a mingle
He
attack.
deflected it! He deflected it! He deflected it!
Like no other.
Oh, you can't do that!
Hit it now.
He deflected it! He deflected it!
Hey, they deflected it.
See, Grumps? I'm getting better.
I can still...
Yeah, she says that a lot in this fight. Alright, here we got Morag. We might be level 61. It's fine, we probably just need a tiny bit more damage in that case. Yeah, we're level 61, so we don't get the boss of embraces.
Time to take you down. Ha!
Oh, nice miss.
Have a bun like no other. Ha! You're wide open. Hit it now.
Might not kill here.
No.
You like that?
Nice, okay, we just need a bit more extra
This is all
damage.
your fault. Ha!
A mere
There we go.
flesh wound.
Okay, next we have Zeke and Tora. They're very low level, so they're gonna just melt. The strategy is Corbin's tier 1 AoE, both of them. Let's start on Zeke first. Okay,
This will be a walk in the park.
here's 1, 2, and do this. Swap to Tora.
You will beat them.
1, 2, do this, and go into tier 1, and then you want to lure both of them together. And nice. Good fight. Okay. Now we have the final boss. The next fight's the final boss. So just a heads up, the time will be when the final text box thingamajigger in the chain attack pops up, showing how much damage you dealt and stuff like that. At the end of every chain attack, it shows like how much damage was dealt in total. When that pops up, that's gonna be time.
A new locale. I've gained a new memory.
Then we're gonna fight Malos, and Malos is controlling Arifis Ophion, his super Gurren Lagann kind of thing. So we have to stop him. 3 drivers versus 1 giant robot. Okay, before that, I wanna swap some blades around. I want Corvin and put Corvin in the first slot
To prove my worth.
so that Rex will be able to engage Bridget and then unequip him, and then you get Wolfric and Dromark.
At your service.
Funny enough, Dromark actually gets used in the last fight to speed up the chain attack as for again. So I didn't really explain it, but basically you set up orbs, and every time you break an orb, it lets all of the blades go again. But if you break the orb early, you can actually not all the blades get that benefit. So the way we do it is that if you use Dromark to first, the next person to break it, and then the third person won't be able to do the second round in the chain attack. So we set it up in a way that we don't need Corvin's Corvin's gonna be in the 3rd slot, so we don't need Corvin's tier 2 to finish the fight. And don't ask me, but this is I don't know why this is the worst door in existence. It's a humongous door that opens from the top down, and the control panel is all the way up there on the side. It's the most annoying door. in the history of doors.
And arrived.
And yeah, this is the final boss time. As you can tell, the music's getting very intense. And the game always auto-save. The game always makes a save before you enter the final boss. So if we die, we can just reload. The final boss is pretty much the only fight where a break is mandatory. There are two phases. It's the second phase. First phase is pretty simple. Just get potions. One.
Rolling smash.
1, 2, 3. We're gonna get like try to get like 6 potions. So it's like 4 potions so far. Yeah, it's 5. It's nice. 5. It's enough actually. Okay, once I get full party gauge, I want to go into Pneuma, Burnout. Once Burnout goes up, I'm gonna go into this. With 5 potions, this should kill. Or at least put him under the threshold to go into the next stage. Oh, I missed it by just a bit, but it should. Okay, there we go. Okay, I guess I needed 6 potions then. Sometimes 5 potions is enough, but it also sometimes it depends on like how much damage your other party members do. Hey, final fight. Run to the side.
I'll show you the end of the world with iron.
Alright, 1, 2, 3. Pop Pneuma. This. This. Alright, Morak didn't die. Nia will always die here, pretty much. It's fine, we account for that. So once she goes up, use your Chill 1 immediately. You don't need to get her potion in this fight. Just don't bother. You want to get your chain up as... Okay, so this break isn't very useful, but you're gonna need break right after this. And if I get this break, nice, it's GG. So I'm just gonna wait for Burnout to go up, and then gonna go into Mega Explosion to set up an orb, and then I'm gonna immediately chain. So we use Draw Mark first. It's gonna break the orb. And then Pneuma's gonna be dealing most of the damage here. It actually gives extra damage as well to Corvin after breaking the orb. I'm gonna use Crossette here. Dromac's faster, but it's kind of a range, so use Crossette because it deals a bit more damage. Pneuma should be able to pick him off. And time is coming up very shortly after this. And time. There we go. Awesome, awesome, awesome. This is a very good final fight. Barring the first phase. Alright. Now we got a 20-minute long cutscene. Obviously, we're not gonna watch all of it. So I'm just gonna do my closing statements and then... yeah. Then we can be on our way, because it's 5 AM here and I need to go to bed. Right, this run was, had its ups and downs. Definitely a few fights didn't go according to plan, but overall I was pretty happy with how I performed, considering the fact that I had to commentate the entire run also. It's way past my bedtime. I want to give a big shout out to the Xenoblade community. I really enjoyed having a lot of conversation with all the top runners, and I learned a lot from them. And I personally, my journey through Xenoblade 2 speedrunning has been really great. because I was able to watch myself improve so much from when I first started. And the community is really nice. They're always willing to answer your questions, help you out when you need it. So yeah, totally recommend. If you like Xeno, definitely. If you like Xeno speedrunning, or just Xeno in general, you can join the Xenoblade, the Xeno series speedrunning Discord. And you know, some of the games they can be kind of long, but they are really great games, and I'm so happy to be able to run this. So yeah, thank you LSA for having me. Shoutouts as well to the LSA. Nice bunch of nice little group we have here, Singapore Speedrunning Community. And yep, that is all from me. So thank you all. Maybe I'll see you all next time.
Nice. I want to close it out for a bit. I want to thank a few of the people who are part of this as well. Thank you to all the runners. Thank you to all the Singaporean runners. I've been here from like way from the start to like now. Thanks to Sketch, Kuroshi, Quads. Who else? I'm very tired as well. As you can see, Axeroff, Joydern, Primrose. I think there's WC Pro, and I think there's one more. I can't lay my finger on that one more person. But yeah, thanks to all the runners who have been here throughout this whole day. Thanks to Singapore Comic Con. They're still having their own online event where it's gonna be ending on 3rd of January. So if you want to check it out, do click the boxed icon at the about page or exclamation mark SGCC, or if you want to go to the website is singaporecomiccon.com. Thanks to speedrun.com as well. They have been showcasing our runs from the front page of speedrun.com, so I do really want to thank speedrun.com as well. Other than that, yeah, it's been Juhorse as well. I think it's been quite a successful event, if you want to say that. Also, congrats to Quads once again for making this game into ESA Winter. So I'm
look out for that.
I'm very hyped to actually see this game coming to ESA Winter next year. You're going to go to Sweden as well, so yeah, that's pretty pog. Anyways, yeah, I think it's like our bedtime right now. I think we've been streaming for about
way past my bedtime. It's almost time for me to wake up.
Almost 24 hours. I do want to thank everyone who's stopped by and watched the stream. Everyone who's in this channel lurking and stuff like that. We're gonna rate it off to one of our co-founders as well. I think he's actually playing a game at the moment. Yeah, he's still playing a game at the moment, so we'll rate it off to him. Thank you guys for sticking by. I forgot to mention as well, today is actually our 2-year affiliation. So I forgot that today was the 2nd year affiliation for LSA. So yeah, big thanks to everyone who supported and come by and stuff like that. The Singapore Speedrunning community will come back soon next year, hopefully on site, if not online again. But we'll see. Yeah, again, thank you guys. We'll see you around. And yeah, take care, you guys.